This is an Etha Echoes Tales production, bringing stories to life one chapter at a time. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. If you're enjoying the content, don't forget to like, subscribe, and drop a comment below. Now let's get into it. The Bloodline System. Chapter 261, Bumping into an Unexpected Figure. The huge participant headed for him again, from the midst of the participants. His blazing fists were headed for Gustav's head. Gustav swerved to the side and threw out fast jabs towards the rib area of the participants, causing loud cracking sounds to ring out. The instant the participant fell to his knees, Gustav's body had already done a 360 degrees spin, slamming his right leg into the face of the participant. Thuum. Gustav jumped back again, dodging some more attacks before engaging the others. Pa. He never stopped sending out fists and kicks, and the participants were never-ending. They came after him like a flood. There were even friendly fires from some of the participants, due to the multitude surrounding him. Their attacks hit one another, decreasing the amount of participants he had to battle with. Sprint has been activated. Dash has been activated. Palm Strike has been activated. Chop has been activated. Gustav moved across the place, dodging fires, electricity, energy blasts, shockwaves, toxic breath, spikes, and all sorts of attacks while also dishing out his. This was the first time he was fighting so many opponents. Due to his perception, he was able to dodge almost every attack, but he was still getting injured every 2 minutes. However, that was enough time for him to heal. Swawu. A large boulder was sent hurling towards him from behind, clearing participants that stood between him and it, out of the way. Zwoosh. Gustav did a flip and landed on the boulder before turning around and leaping forward with all his might. He already knew who was responsible for this, without even seeing the person. Even while being mind-controlled, you still feel the need to crush others, Gustav said internally with a scoff, as he landed in front of a beautiful girl with long black hair and massive front busts. She looked like a real-life doll, and anyone would be mesmerized the moment they laid eyes on her, but not Gustav, because at this moment his right palm was headed for her face. Pa. Gustav smacked her hard about 5 times in a row, with immense speed, causing her to blank out after taking the 5th one. Plop. A swoosh. She fell to the floor, but Gustav didn't wait a second before dashing out towards another participant and landing a hit on them before they could send out another attack. Bodies fell to the ground unconscious as Gustav rampaged across the area, brandishing his fists. He didn't make use of any powerful attack to reserve energy, so he had to repeatedly bash a lot of participants before they passed out. Huff. After fighting for about 30 minutes, Gustav was currently breathing in and out heavily. He stared at the number of participants left in the surroundings that were still conscious. There were only around 12 of them left. Bodies were all over the place, but Gustav didn't kill anyone. The entire area had been flattened due to the attacks from every direction. Large holes in the walls, cracked grounds, mini craters, and all that could be seen. Gustav's face was smeared in blood. Even though he was still naked, it didn't really look that way because of the bloodstains all over his body that covered him like a robe. If this had been a normal battle, and the participants had been in their right senses, they would have noticed he was fighting naked and think twice before engaging him. But since that wasn't the case, they all fought mindlessly without taking note of this. Energy, 270, 21, 25. Gustav checked out his energy and noticed that he was already running low. Time to go. Gustav had decided not to engage the rest, so he wouldn't run out of energy. Sprint has been activated. Gustav dashed into their midst, dodging all their attacks, and kept running till he was out of range. Phew, that was close. So many issues since the beginning of the final phase. Good thing tomorrow is the last day, Gustav said internally with a look of relief as he dashed into one of the passageways. At this time, it was already late in the night. Gustav still had around 2 hours left before his stats would return to normal. He planned to hide out till then. His energy points were also halved, as well as his level and EXP. If not for his battle experiences, he would have been beaten up by the mob and taken away already. A swoosh. As Gustav closed in on the exit of the passageway, he suddenly sensed something. A very sinister and dark presence coming from the distance ahead. F-Wuamum. The next instant after he sensed, that was also when he noticed a silhouette appear in front of him. It looked like it appeared, but it was actually just too fast for Gustav to fully follow it with his eyes. By the time Gustav properly saw the figure, a palm was already headed for his chest. It sounded like the air was being ripped apart as the palm headed with full force towards Gustav's chest. It was way too fast, and at his current speed, Gustav could only see a blur, however. Due to reflex action, he still placed his arms in front of his chest in an X format. Bang! The instant the palm collided with his arms, Gustav felt like he was hit with the force of 2 moving trains. His figure was sent flying across the air as a light bone-cracking sound rang out. Gustav felt a metallic liquid rushing up his throat, but he instantly gulped it down and spun in the air before landing on his feet after traveling across the air for about 30 feet. SSHHSSHHH. Due to the remnant force, he still slid back by a few feet more before his body stabilized. Gustav's arms felt a bit numb due to the strength behind the attack, so he rotated his arms to get rid of the numbness. A trail of blood trickled down the side of his lips, but he casually cleaned it and stared at the opponent in front. It was a youngster with white and a touch of black hair in different spots. He had dim eyes, but the darkness within them was visible. He had black tattoos that resembled runes on his face, neck, and some of his other exposed body parts. Gustav stared at the participant with a look of contemplative look. I know this kid. He's the same person's whose form I took to deal with Atrihia City High School representatives. Gustav's eyebrows creased as he thought. What was his name again? Falco. Gustav remembered the name of this kid who happened to be Angi's former classmate in Black Rock schools. This must be his alter ego that I knocked out the other time. I don't remember him being this powerful. Is he also being controlled by the rock? Gustav prepared for a difficult fight as he stared at Falco, who was slowly walking towards him. Chapter 262, Returning the Favor. This must be his alter ego that I knocked out the other time. I don't remember him being this powerful. Is he also being controlled by the rock? Gustav prepared for a difficult fight as he stared at Falco, who was slowly walking towards him. Gustav could remember knocking Falco out twice when he met him in the bathroom. At that time, Gustav wasn't even aware of Falco's alter ego, so it took him by surprise when he knocked Falco out repeatedly before he could attack. In that brief time, Gustav had noticed the difference between the two. Now Gustav felt he might have just gotten lucky at that time, because the alter ego hadn't stabilized himself before Gustav struck again. Falco approached Gustav with a frown on his face. I could hardly see his movements earlier. His speed is almost comparable to my original, Gustav said internally as he pushed his perception to the limit, trying to capture every single movement around him. His plan was to read the moves of Falco as they battled, so he would be able to dodge them in a timely manner, even though Falco was currently faster than he was. Falco paused his footsteps after arriving 15 feet in front of Gustav. He stared at Gustav angrily, like he had a personal vendetta against him. I will return the favor, Falco voiced out before dashing forward. Swoosh. Return the favor. Gustav didn't get the chance to unravel the meaning of that statement before Falco arrived in front of him with an outstretched hand. Gustav, spreading his perception to the max, already used Falco muscle movement to predict where the attack was headed and swerved to the right. He was able to dodge Falco's thrust by only half a centimeter. SCCRRHHH. A small cut appeared on his right cheek due to the shockwaves from the palm. Falco didn't waste time before thrusting out his left palm also. Swerve. Gustav swerved again, dodging that, and it became a game of thrust and dodge between them. Gustav was always moving out of the way before Falco thrust his arms out. If not for that, he would have been pierced through by now. Falco's fingers were black and 2 inches long, and he wasn't just thrusting out his palms. He was actually thrusting out his fingers in a piercing format. Gustav could tell that if those fingers made contact with his body, it would pierce through his skin. Gustav's mind was constantly thinking of ways to deal with Falco without having to use too much energy or reveal more of his abilities. They were currently engaging each other in a passageway, so the harmful energy from the mining crystal was not too dense. Gustav could tell that the MBO would be able to see this particular location with hidden cameras, since there won't be transmission interference. Why did he say that, though? It doesn't look like he's being controlled by the rock. Gustav wondered internally as he kept dodging the thrusts. Every thrust from Falco was done with the intent to inflict severe injuries. A weaker mixed blood would find themselves at death's door if they were pierced once. It wasn't the same as the participants that were attacking him earlier due to mind control. They weren't attacking with the intention to kill Gustav or seriously injure him, unlike Falco here. A swoosh. Falco dashed towards the left and sent out a kick towards Gustav's neck. Gustav bent backwards, causing Falco's leg to sweep over his body. He placed his hands on the ground and used them to push himself backwards. Thuum. Gustav jumped backwards twice to distance himself from Falco. I don't have time for this. Gustav was trying to get as far away from this place as possible, but due to this, he was being delayed. Now that he knew Falco's alter ego wasn't being controlled, he decided to try and reason with him. Why are you doing this? Gustav asked just as Falco was about to dash out again. Are you trying to play dumb right now? Did you think I wouldn't be able to recognize you again because you've changed a little? Falco said with a tone of annoyance. Gustav exclaimed. This is payback. I will not accept being knocked out by a lesser being, Falco voiced out before dashing out once again. This time he moved faster than before. He arrived in front of Gustav again and swung out his fingers. Gustav swerved to the side, but suddenly dark energy resembling a scythe's blade was created from the swing. THRRHN. Gustav wasn't able to escape the full range of the dark scythe blade, and his left arm was slashed by the edge of the blade. Bang! The dark energy blade slammed into the ground behind Gustav, and a 3 meters wide crevice was created with cracks surrounding it. A 3 inches gash appeared on Gustav's left arm with blood dripping out. Gustav growled with a look of pain as he spun and swung out his feet in response. However, Falco was quick to dodge and swerved towards Gustav back to send out another attack. KRRHKKK. Icicle-like covering appeared on Gustav's back as the attack connected, slamming into his back. Gustav was sent flying due to the force. However, he wasn't injured. Falco dashed forward and appeared in front of him again. Swing. Falco swung his foot towards Gustav's face. Grab. Gustav grabbed onto Falco's feet tightly, but was still thrown to the side by the force of Falco's kick. He lost his balance and was falling towards the ground, but it would seem that Falco still wasn't done with him. Swee. 2 fingers were headed for his eyes. You will lose your eyes for making a fool out of me, Falco voiced. Gustav gritted his teeth as he noticed the fingers 2 centimeters away from his eyes. Gravitational displacement has been activated. 100 EP. Damn it, I had to resort to this, Gustav said as he activated gravitational displacement. The force of gravity around Gustav suddenly changed, and his body descended faster, causing Falco's fingers to pierce into his hair. Scruffles of Gustav's hair were sliced off due to that. Chapter 263, Close Call. Scruffles of Gustav's hair were sliced off due to that. Gustav slapped his left palm on the ground, throwing himself back up before swinging his right leg towards Falco's face. Grab. Falco grabbed his leg with ease. Gustav tried retracting it. Hiss. Fangs grew out of Falco's mouth, and he quickly took a bite at Gustav's leg. KKKK. A small icicle-like covering appeared on Gustav's leg, protecting him from the bite. However, Gustav still felt the pain as Falco's fangs pressed intensely against his leg. F-woomum. Gustav threw out a punch towards Falco's face again, but he dislodged his fangs from Gustav's leg to dodge the punch. Instantly, Gustav used this opportunity to pull himself from Falco's grasp. Warning, low energy. Warning, energy points are below 200. The system kept warning Gustav of his energy points that were currently below 200 points. Gustav couldn't keep up the fight for too long, so he started thinking of a way out. Gustav jumped backwards with speed. Hey, you're still in there, right? Don't let him control you like this. Are you really going to watch him kill a friend of Angie? Gustav voiced out. I don't care about that, Falco voiced out before dashing forward again, but just as he wanted to thrust out his fingers, his arms started trembling. Hey, what are you doing, idiot? Why are you trying to regain control? Falco's arms trembled while being stretched out halfway as he spoke to himself. Falco's face suddenly turned a bit lighter. Did you just say, Angie? Falco asked with a light, masculine voice, different from the dark and sinister tone that he had been using to speak earlier. Looks like it worked. I triggered the awakening of the original consciousness. Gustav was glad internally, but before he could reply, Falco spoke again. What are you doing, idiot? Let me avenge my pride. This bastard knocked you out too. His mind went back to being dark and sinister. Yes, but if you harm him, Angie will be sad. You've done enough already. Falco's voice went back to being light and gentle. You soft idiot. That's why you and that girl are meant for one another. Let's kill this bastard right here. Gustav watched with a look of astonishment as Falco exchanged a conversation with himself. So, this is how 2 different consciousness in the same body communicate. It was as if Gustav was adding new knowledge to his collection. Sprint has been activated. Swoosh. While they were arguing, Gustav suddenly dashed to the back of Falco and locked his neck in a tight grip. His arms transformed as he used the bull's strength to squeeze Falco's throat. You, cheating bastard, fight me like a man, don't use these cheap tactics. Falco's alter ego was taken by surprise, so before he could act, Gustav had locked him in a grip he couldn't get out of. On the battlefield, the only thing that counts is victory, Gustav voiced out as he kept squeezing. In a few more seconds, Falco's eyes blanked out, and the dark tattoos on his body and face retracted back into his skin. Plop. He fell to the ground unconscious. Gustav also fell to the ground and sat on his butt with a tired expression. Petty idiot, how could you try to kill someone just because he knocked you out? Gustav wondered as he breathed in and out profusely. He was glad he already put on clothes after leaving the previous battle scene. If not, it would have been an awkward meeting since Falco's alter ego wasn't being mind-controlled. I only have a little over 100 energy points left. I need to get out of here, Gustav said internally as he proceeded to stand up, but then a thought came to his mind, which made him halt his movement. Gustav brought out a rope and tied Falco tightly before lifting him and placing him on his shoulders. It would be a pain in the butt if this guy is taken and ends up being a puppet of that rock being later on, Gustav thought as he activated Dash. A swoosh. In a few minutes, Gustav had arrived in a small settlement of inmates. These ones also happened to be aliens, but unlike most, they weren't hostile. He found somewhere to settle down with Falco and started making plans to deal with the rock. I have to wait till I have regained my original stats back. Gustav calculated that only about an hour was left for his stats to return to normal. Currently, it was midnight, but somehow a lot of participants were awake. It was mostly due to the fact that groups were being ambushed by participants with purplish glowing eyes all over the ruins. The groups had to stay awake to battle these participants that ambushed them at unexpected times to steal their gathered stones. Today was the last day of the final test phase, and it would seem that everyone would be awake for the next 24 hours. Why would that rock being need me and the stones to be free? I have a feeling that the MBO doesn't know about this. It is well above the level that kids my age can handle, but I think I've seen that location before. Gustav thought about the location of the rock existence and brought out his virtual map. Using the remnant energy from life signs tracking, Gustav traced the location on the map and figured out the place. So this is why. Gustav noticed that the location was on the other side of the hole he spent night and day in. If he could jump over the hole, he would only need to go through one passageway before turning to the left and arriving at the location. While Gustav was planning, he heard someone call out to him from the front. Hey, Gustav, you're here too. A dark-skinned kid with a handsome face and bushy afro hair voiced out as he approached Gustav. Gustav remembered working with this participant to deal with the first mixed breed they met after arriving here on the first day. What's up? How is it going? Asked with a smile as he arrived in front of Gustav. Huh, why do you look so tattered and bloody? Chapter 264, Original Strength Regained. What's up? How is it going? Asked with a smile as he arrived in front of Gustav. Huh, why do you look so tattered and bloody? Asked as he noticed the bloodstains all over Gustav. Don't bother about that, Gustav replied with a dismissive expression. Were you perhaps in a battle? Are you injured, man? Squatted and placed his hand on Gustav's shoulders as he asked. Gustav wanted to reply that it was nothing serious since all of his injuries were already healed, and he was only feeling fatigued. However, something came to his mind. Can you tell me how your bloodline abilities work? Gustav asked with a contemplative expression. Wondered why Gustav would ask that, but he decided to explain anyways. Explained that he could open different kinds of vortexes to either teleport himself or rip something to shreds if he wanted to. He could also teleport objects and other people to his desired destination, which could only be about 400 to 500 meters away from himself. If he decided to make something travel a longer distance with his vortex, he would have to expend more energy. Gustav proceeded to ask if there was any place he couldn't open a vortex, whether there was some kind of limit or something. EE replied that as long as it is within his range, he could open vortexes anywhere, even inside a person, as long as the right conditions are met. Inside a person, you can do that? Gustav asked with a look of astonishment. Yes, but the requirement to do that is too hefty of a price to pay. It also needs extreme concentration, because I and my vortexes share links with whatever area they appear in, E explained with a weird look on his face. He seemed to be disgusted while talking about this. That's really powerful. If only he was a bad guy or someone that did wrong by me. This was the first time Gustav was lamenting about meeting a good person. He always felt there were not enough good people, but now that he met another one, he started wishing he was a bad guy. Why do you ask? E inquired. I need your help with something, will you? Before Gustav could complete his statement, E interrupted. I'm in, he voiced out. But you haven't even heard what I was gonna say. Gustav was surprised at his sudden agreement. I don't care, count me in on the adventure. Remember, I said I'd still like for us to work together in the future. I wasn't messing around, E said while stretching out his right hand for a shake. Gustav stared at E's hand, and then his face. He doesn't seem to be the type that hides evil intentions underneath a bright face. Gustav could tell that there was no ulterior motive behind EE wanting to team up with him. Although it had waned a bit after spending time with Miss Amy, Boss Danzo, and Angie, he still had trust issues. So, Gustav found people that showed good intentions suspicious. Gustav also secretly wanted this since the first time they worked together to defeat that mixed breed. He felt a kind of vibe with EE that he didn't feel with others that he had met so far. Grab. Gustav reached out and returned E's handshake. They shook hands for the second time, and E proceeded to sit beside him afterward. Even though there is the danger of death, are you still going to be willing to work together? Gustav asked. Look around you. Since the first day we arrived here, we have been facing life-threatening issues, E said while bringing out the comb in his bushy afro hair. That was there all these times. Gustav voiced out with an astonished look as he stared at the comb in E's hand. Haha, yeah. E laughed lightly as he combed his hair for a few seconds before pushing it back into his hair. His bushy afro hair covered the entire comb up, and there was not even a sign that something was placed in his hair. Now, are you gonna tell me about the situation and why that unconscious guy is tied up over there? E said, while pointing at the still unconscious Falco tied up 3 feet behind them on the left. Gustav nodded and started narrating the train of events to EE, as well as what his role in dealing with the situation was going to be. They talked at length for about an hour, making various plans and thinking of the best possible method to handle the situation. E felt the situation was indeed very dangerous. What if these participants remain mind-controlled after the final phase had ended, and they go on to join the MBO and become leading forces in the future? E was thinking far ahead. Also, for it to want him because of its freedom makes it even more dangerous if such a being escaped this place. After another 30 minutes had gone by, they had decided on a plan they were going with. Gustav found a spot to change his outfit and check on the system. Recreation complete. Host has acquired C-grade Bloodline sticky pus. Gustav smiled as he saw the notifications. Finally, I'm back to full strength. Gustav felt his increase in strength and his body becoming lighter, signifying that he had regained his original strength. Goal completed. Combine a total of 10 bloodlines. Plus 50, 000 EXP. Plus 3,000 credits. Gustav saw the completion of another goal and felt elated once again. He decided to check his stats to confirm his recovery. Host attributes. Name, Gustav Crimson. Level, 21. Class, subparallel being. Exp, 637,803,360,000. HP, 9590-9600. Energy, 4250-4250. Attributes. Strength, 67. Perception, 64. Mental fortitude, 64. Agility, 64. Speed, 66. Bravery, 64. Intelligence, 65. Charm, 64. Defense, 64. Vitality, 66. Endurance, 69. Attributes points, 23. Good, everything is back to normal. Now I wonder how many EXP I'll get if I manage to kill the rock being. Gustav held his chin as he thought. Quest has been issued. Chapter 265. Making a deal with the alter ego. Quest has been issued. A system notification suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Perfect timing, Gustav said internally as he proceeded to check out the quest. Hey, do you mind untying me? A voice was heard from behind just as Gustav was checking out the quest. Gustav turned around to see. It was Falco who had spoken. He had regained consciousness. Gustav slowly walked back towards him after changing his clothes and squatted in front of him. You'll have to stay here the way you are, Gustav said. Hey, no fair, I saved you earlier, Falco said while trying to sit up. It was proving difficult for him since he was tied up. He could only wriggle around like a worm. You put me in danger first. If I didn't mention Angie, maybe my eyes wouldn't be intact by now. From the looks of things, you're not in charge, Gustav said while proceeding to stand up. Yo, the guy has woken up. EE approached from the side after seeing the wriggling Falco. Yeah, are you ready? Gustav asked. EE nodded in response. Are we leaving him here? He proceeded to ask. Yes, Gustav said with an unbothered expression while turning around to start walking forward. Hey, don't leave me here, HMPH, HMPH, Falco shouted out as he struggled to free himself. Gustav ignored him and kept walking forward. Falco turned to stare at EE with a pleading expression. EE smiled wryly and turned around. I don't want him to rip my head off. You have business with him, not me. EE kept walking forward and caught up with Gustav. I don't know what you got with him, but is it okay to leave him like that? EE asked while walking beside Gustav. He'll be fine. He's almost as strong as I am, Gustav replied with a dismissive look. Oh, he is. All right then. EE decided to overlook it, but he was a little surprised. That weak-looking guy is almost as strong as he is. EE felt this was why they say never judge a book by its cover. Falco stared at Gustav and EE's back as they got further and further away. This is all your fault. Why are you so petty? Falco shouted out. Shut up, you weak idiot, always going soft, toy. Falco still replied himself and spat out. However, his voice sounded quite different. Always going hard, and guess what? You lost, and he knocked you out again. Falco voiced out with a burst of light laughter. You little. Step. Huh. Falco heard the footsteps and raised his head to stare at who was approaching. Put him on, let me speak to him. The person approaching happened to be Gustav. Falco wondered what Gustav was playing at. I thought he already left, so why did he come back? Falco wondered. Let me speak to him if you want to be freed, Gustav demanded once again and squatted in front of Falco. All right, Falco said and closed his eyes. CW woon. When next he opened them, they became pitch black. You bastard, let's go again. Fight me like a man this time. Cheater. Falco's alter ego shouted out the moment he gained total control of Falco's body. I will not accept such defeat. You'll never defeat me in a fair fight. Cheater, wimp, pussy. Gustav stared at him and patiently waited for him to finish shouting out all manner of vulgar words before replying. Okay, Gustav stated. Huh. Falco's alter ego was confused by Gustav's reply. I said okay, I'll fight you fairly, Gustav added. What? No cheating this time. Before Falco's alter ego could complete his statement, Gustav spoke again. I'll fight you fairly, Gustav stated while staring into Falco's eyes. Such confidence. He would have lost the last time if not for that meddling idiot. Where does this confidence come from? Falco's alter ego wondered. However, in the next second, he scoffed. Who are you trying to scare with that confident expression? This time you. Falco's alter ego was once again interrupted by Gustav. I'll fight you again on one condition, Gustav stated. What condition is that? Falco asked with a suspicious look. Smirk. A mischievous smirk suddenly appeared on Gustav's face. In a particular part of the ruins, a handsome-looking man in prison walked silently across the passageways. He had long, yellow braided hair that reached his lower back and sharp slanted eyes. His movement was like that of a shadow. One step he took covered several feet. There's another battle going on there. Candidates facing one another, he muttered with a confounded look. I must find out what is responsible for this. However, taking one of them hostage is not an option. Revealing myself to whoever is responsible won't grant me any gains, he said to himself as he arrived at an intersection. He placed his back against the wall and turned his face to the right to observe what was happening. I must keep observing for now. In another part of the ruins, two young girls were conversing with each other. One with silver and pink-colored hair, and the other with long white hair. Are you saying I attacked Gustav? The girl with white hair asked with a crestfallen look. Are you saying you don't remember? The silver and pink-haired girl asked in response. I only remember. Bits and pieces. Oh my God, I did attack him. He's never going to trust me now, the white-haired girl voiced out as her eyes turned watery. The girls conversing were obviously Angie and Maltida. Maltida seemed to have regained consciousness, but couldn't remember everything that happened when she was mind-controlled. It's all right. Gustav knows that you didn't mean it. Angie placed her hand on Maltida's shoulder while comforting her. Maltida brightened a little after hearing that, but she still felt down knowing that she fought with him. She was worried about Glade at the moment, but she couldn't come up with any way of dealing with that rock existence due to its mind control power. What is more important at the moment is, do you remember the location of the place you fell under the creature's mind control? Angie asked. Yes, I remember the location. And I also remember that it wasn't a person, it was a rock, Maltida said with a look of contemplation. A rock. Angie was surprised by this discovery. You must be delusional. I guess that mind control effect is still there, Angie sighed while speaking. No, I'm serious, it was truly a rock. It looked strange and has some weird drawings all over it. Glade and I thought it was just a normal rock at first, but the moment it opened its eyes, we figured out how wrong we were. We couldn't resist its voice. It was so compelling, and our bodies would do exactly as the creature instructed. Maltida explained lengthily with a look of fear on her face. Calm down. Are you telling me the truth? Did everything you're saying right now truly happen? Angie asked while holding tighter onto Maltida's shoulders. Yes, it wasn't just Glade and I. I remember many others being under its mind control too, Maltada added. Then why did it want Gustav and I? Angie asked. It could see our memories, so it checked for participants with abilities that would be useful for it. It saw your abilities as well as Gustav's from our memories. Maltada paused for a brief moment before continuing. It wanted to control you due to your speed, so you could gather many grand stones for him, while it wanted Gustav because. Maltada paused at this point. Because, Angie asked with a look of urgency, as she noticed the look of fear on Maltada's face increasing. A strong mixed breed is needed as a sacrifice, as well as a gargantuan amount of grandstones for its freedom. It wants to use Gustav as the sacrifice after noticing that he is the strongest among the participants, Maltada revealed. Angie stepped backwards twice, with a look of fear on her face. Sacrifice, that means it wants to kill Gustav. Her face turned dark as she asked. Why? Yes, Gustav will die if he faces the rock being, Maltada voiced out. Hiss. Angie's face turned darker after hearing that. She stared at the ground as an aura of rage started to gather around her. Lead the way, she demanded while turning around. What? You can't go there, you won't be able to do anything. It will make no difference, Maltada said with a dissuasive expression. Only she and Glade understood the horrors of being mind-controlled by the rock. They were also able to see inside of his mind as he searched their memories, and all she recalled was darkness. Did I stutter? Lead the way. There's no way I'm letting him face that thing by himself, Angie voiced out. Oh, all right, Maltada answered and started moving. Looks like she's sure that Gustav would have figured out the location. I hope he truly has, because even with him there, we hardly stand a chance of defeating the rock. If he isn't there, our chances are zero, Maltada prayed internally. In another part of the ruins, two youngsters stood in front of a large hole. They were like a grain of sand before it. These two were EA and Falco. Why do we have to pass this place when that bastard is going in from the front? Falco's alter ego stared at the land after the large hole and voiced out. The land was thousands of feet ahead. The hole looked uncrossable. Stop sulking, man, or are you afraid of falling in? EE asked while chuckling. HMPH, afraid of this, don't make me laugh. This is nothing, Falco's alter ego replied while folding his arms with an arrogant expression displayed on his face. All right then, this is all part of the plan, so let's do our best to work according to it, EE said, while sinking into the vortex he conjured on the ground. Swuan. He appeared on the other side, thousands of feet away. HMPH, show off, Falco's alter ego voiced out before dashing towards the wall. I can perform better, he voiced out while dashing across the wall towards the direction of the other side. In another part of the ruins, a group of participants with purplish glowing eyes could be seen moving across a passageway. They were about 30 of them, and when they got to the end of the passageway, they turned left at an intersection heading towards a dead end. Hiding within the group, a youngster with green hair and pale white skin looked around the place. Looks like I was right. Time to end this, he said internally as they arrived at the dead end. ZWW Woon. A pair of purplish eyes appeared within the hole on the wall. Chapter 266. He's right in front of you. Looks like I was right. Time to end this, he said internally as they arrived at the dead end. ZWW Woon. A pair of purplish eyes appeared within the hole on the wall. The boy avoided making eye contact with the eyes that appeared within the wall. However, he was sneakily observing the entire vicinity. You IDIOTS, why haven't you still found GUSDAV? Chatter, chatter, chatter. Some of the participants started trying to explain themselves, stating the part of the ruins they visited in search of Gustav. You are all useless. I will not settle for a weakling that might end up making the sacrifice unsuccessful. I might have to do this myself. The rock voiced out and started floating. The green-haired boy within the crowd stared at the floating rock with a suspicious gaze. Who knew that the rock could fly? Well, anyways, this doesn't change anything. Relinquish the SDO, yes, you have gathered so far. The rock voiced out. The participants started walking forward one after the other and dropping some orange-colored stones in front of the rock creature. ZW Woon. Orange-like streams of energy started phasing out of the stones, entering the rock being. When the energy from the grandstones was absorbed entirely by the rock, the runic patterns on its body turned brighter. After that was done, the next participant went over to drop the grandstones they had gathered. What are you waiting for? Geo, find GUSDAV for me and bring HIM here. The rock being commanded, after noticing that the other participant was still standing there, after dropping the grandstones he had gathered. The participant quickly left the place, with an expression of fear visible on his face. After the next participants dropped theirs, they also left the area to go look for Gustav. They were all spreading out to different parts of the ruins, but no one ever took the path on the left. Unlike other places in the area that had one or two participants with purplish glowing eyes standing around to observe the area, that route was empty. The participants went one after the other to drop the stones they had gathered. The rectangular rock absorbed these stones, making the golden runic circles on its body turn brighter and brighter. In a few minutes, only about 5 participants were left, and the green-haired boy happened to be among them. He had been changing positions all through, moving himself to the back of the crowd to make sure he wasn't spotted. Now that there were only around 5 participants left, his figure was as visible as day. He was still positioned at the side, so it seemed like he would be the last to drop the stones he had acquired among all of them. The rock stared at the green-haired boy in particular at the side and stared at the rest. Unlike the rest, he was the only one who didn't make eye contact. However, his eyes were glowing purple like the rest. After the next participant dropped the number of stones she had, she moved out of the area, and only 4 participants were left. The rock absorbed the energy from the 17 grandstones in front of it. At this moment, the runic patterns on its body had become so bright that the entire place was lit up due to it. Now I'm ready. I need THAT boy. You're all useless. The rock voiced out as it moved forward. Looks like I have to get HIM myself. The rock suddenly stopped moving when it got to the entrance area and turned around to stare at the green-haired boy. Hey, YOU, come closer. The voice of the rock boomed in the mind of the green-haired boy, who complied with the demand. He walked forward and stood 2 feet in front of the floating rock. Why is your mind blocked from MY reach, unlike the rest? The rock asked as the eyes on its body squinted in suspicion. 30 seconds more. It won't be ready yet, the boy said internally before replying to the rock. My lord, I don't understand what you mean, he voiced out. You must have been among those who regained control of their senses. I will put you underneath MY control once again. Kneel. The green-haired boy knelt and looked up with a blank expression. Now submit to me. Host brain waves are being manipulated by external forces. Mental fortitude needed for blocking brain manipulation, 60. Host has acquired enough mental fortitude to hindering brain manipulation. Brain manipulation has been successfully hindered. An entire 60 points. His mind control must be really powerful. The boy, who was obviously Gustav disguised as another thought. HMM, why isn't IT working? Why can't I see into your mind? The voice of the rock could still be heard in his mind. However, it couldn't successfully manipulate it as it will. "I don't know, my lord. You should try harder," Gustav suggested with a blank look. "What did you say? Are you mocking me?" "No, that wasn't what I meant, my lord. Maybe you're just tired," Gustav replied. "What nonsense. I am as energized as I have ever been. I just need GUSDAV to complete MY task." The rock responded with a slightly annoyed tone. 30 seconds countdown met. The rock suddenly noticed the green-haired kid's smirk. "He's right in front of you," Gustav voiced out while standing up from his knees. "What?" the rock exclaimed with a confused expression, but a large vortex suddenly appeared in front of the entrance in the next moment. Thhhrrik. It was so massive that it covered the entire entrance up, trapping everyone within it. The rock was still in confusion when the green-haired kid's skin tone, hair color, and height started transforming right in front of it. Tgruam. A 59 teenage boy with dirty blonde hair and superbly handsome looks was now standing in front of it with outstretched arms. GUSDA. Sprint has been activated. Zwoosh. Gustav grabbed it and dashed forward with immense speed, entering into the massive vortex in the blink of an eye. Chapter 267, Gustav vs. the Rock. The instant he disappeared into the vortex with the rock, the remaining 3 participants in the area also dashed towards it. Bam, bam, bam. They slammed into it, and for some unknown reason, they were unable to phase through. It was as if there was a barrier preventing them from going through. They were now trapped within the dead end, and the entrance that led to it. On the other side of the vortex, EE and Falco stood side by side in between the intersection that led to the back and the dead-end area. EE's left hand was pointed towards the large vortex covering up the entrance. A group of mixed-blood participants that were up ahead suddenly started running towards the end of the passageway. "He should have taken him in by now," EE said while pulling his left arm backward. The large vortex suddenly started moving away from the entrance. EE and Falco moved backward, towards the path that led to the right on the intersection. The participants in the area were still running towards them with full force and intensity. The ones inside the dead-end area also came out. EE moved his left arm towards the front, and the vortex was placed in front of himself and Falco. ZWU. The massive vortex was divided into smaller parts and numbered around 12 in total. Each mini-vortex was the size of a full-grown person. "Remember, we have to contain them until he is done. No killing allowed, but you can knock them out. We cannot allow them to go through this way," EE reminded Falco before dashing forward and sending out his vortexes. A swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. His vortex would consume the participants before they were able to attack and teleport them to another location. HMPH. No killing. Weaklings without the strength to protect their minds all deserve to die, Falco's alter ego voiced out. No killing. Falco's normal self took control and reminded. HMPH. All right. Falco's alter ego had to compromise since he didn't want control to be taken from him. A swoosh. He also dashed forward to assist EE. Puh. Each of his punches would knock out a participant regardless of their size, strength, or whatever form they had taken. Once he knocked out a participant, he would fling their unconscious body towards EE, who would throw out a vortex that would consume that participant and send them to another location. The participants within the passageway continued to increase in number as time passed. It would seem like they were aware that the rock had been taken. They all looked crazed as they struggled to get to the route that E and Falco were preventing them from going to. Gustav and the rock being passed through the vortex appeared above the large hole that Gustav had spent the night in. Gustav was still holding onto the rock being as they started falling into the large hole. "Release!" Gustav shouted out as he kicked the rock, pushing his body away from it. "Buamam!" A loud explosion rocked their surroundings as they fell, and a cloud of blue energy was created around them. Bang! Gustav was affected by the shock waves, causing his body to slam into the other side of the hole as they fell. His body created long cracks along the walls of the hole as he rolled down it. Gustav balanced himself after a few seconds of rolling down the wall and pushed himself outwards again. "Giustiavi, HAHA, you have brought yourself to me. You have brought yourself to your doom." He heard a loud voice in his mind as blinding gold light dazzled from within the blue cloud of energy surrounding them. A swoosh. The rock bolted downwards from the range of the cloud of blue energy. The glowing runic patterns on its body glowed even more as it approached Gustav. "It's unaffected." Gustav was surprised to see that there was not a single scratch on the body of the rock after the explosion. Bang! The rock was about to slam into his body when Gustav reached out his right arm. Size manipulation has been activated. Grrrkuan. Gustav's right arm extended and grabbed onto the small tree branch on the side of the wall. A swoosh. Using it to pull himself backward, he dodged the rock's lunge. "So what if you're unaffected? I'll just keep pummeled you till you're smashed to pieces," Gustav voiced out before placing his legs on the wall and pushing his entire body forward with intensity. Boom! As his figure dashed across the air, towards the rock within the dark hole, pieces of rocks were blasted apart from the intensity of his jump. "No, you shall become my sacrifice today," the rock also voiced out as it sent out waves from its body. Gustav broke through the waves with his intense body speed and threw out an enlarged fist towards the body of the rock. Bam! Gustav's fist slammed into the body of the rock, sending it hurling backward as it fell deeper into the dark hole. As W wishes his. The rock rotated rapidly as it descended. "What? Did this kid become more powerful since the last time I saw him?" The rock wondered after seeing Gustav break through the waves he sent out and land a hit on its body. It wasn't damaged by Gustav's intense punch. However, he could feel that there was a difference in strength between now and the last time. Gustav didn't waste time before extending his arm and pulling himself to the left side of the whole wall. He instantly jumped out the moment his legs made contact with the wall. Gustav's body traveled across the air in a diagonal format towards the right side of the hole. Thuum. ZWing, 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 ZWing. He started leaping from side to side in a zigzag format as they descended, trying to catch up to the rapidly spinning rock. Swoon. Gustav jumped out again after descending to a particular depth and threw out his leg. His body traveled towards the rock with speed. "Did you think I would be left defenseless just because I cannot access MYPUPPTS?" The rock voiced out as it suddenly stopped spinning and stared at the approaching Gustav. Chapter 268, Reaching the Ground. "Did you think I would be left defenseless just because I cannot access MYPUPPTS?" The rock voiced out as it suddenly stopped spinning and stared at the approaching Gustav. Gustav's outstretched leg was only a few feet away from making contact with the rock when its purplish glowing eyes shot out a ripple of milky-colored waves. "I may not be able to control your mind, but I can still do this." Mind RIP. The rock voiced out like the ripples spread from his position to the surroundings. Huh! The instant Gustav was hit with these waves, a loud screech reverberated inside his mind. SSSKK Kayurk. Ugh! Gustav held his head as his brain was hit with intense sound waves. It felt so painful that his skull felt like it was about to crack open. My mental state is supposed to be protected, so why? Gustav wondered as he held his head from the pain. Bam! The rock slammed its body into Gustav, sending him flying backward. Bang! Gustav slammed back into the wall he jumped out from, creating a man-sized hole with his body. Gustav slowly climbed out of the hole with a rough look and reddened eyes. He stared at the rock, which was about 100 feet below, with a slightly wary look. Just like the rock said earlier, he had truly told EE and Falco's alter ego to make sure they stopped the participants that were being mind-controlled from coming here. Gustav couldn't handle battling with the rock, and also dealing with the numerous amounts of participants under its control at the same time. Falco's alter ego also wanted to be a part of the battle with the rock. However, Gustav turned the idea down, saying how only he would be able to handle the mental attacks of the rock. Another problem will be added to the table if Falco's alter ego ended up being under the control of the rock and joined it to battle Gustav. This was why he decided to battle the rock alone. Now that even he was being affected by the mental attacks of the rock, he couldn't imagine how much worse it would have been if one of them were to have joined him. You must be wondering how this is possible. Even if you knew, there is nothing you can do about it. Accept your fate and become the sacrifice for MY Free. Before the rock could complete its statement, Gustav suddenly dashed out again. Combination has been activated. Sprint plus dash. SW whoosh. The rock only saw a blur before Gustav appeared in front of it with two massive hands covered in red skin and black scales, knuckles covered in icicle-like rock fragments, and an entire arm coated in silver-like energy. Too fast. Did he increase in strength again? The rock wondered as Gustav appeared in front of him like a phantom. Gustav had made use of size manipulation to increase his arm size. You talk too much, Gustav said with a cold look as his massive muscular arm descended with speed and slammed into the head of the rock. Boom! It was like an explosion went off as the rock was sent tumbling further downwards once again. SWEI. It repeatedly spun while spiraling downwards. Gustav conjured massive icicle-like spears from his body and started flinging them out as he descended. Thuum, 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 thuum. They slammed into the walls on the right and left, drilling into them. Gustav landed on the one on the left side and used it to leap towards the one on the right side below. T-woost, T-woost, T-woost. Gustav leaped in a zigzag format downwards. Making use of the icicle-like spears, he drilled into the walls of the hole. In no time, Gustav was closing in on the spiraling rock again. T-woost. He leaped out once again before the rock could balance itself and landed another massive punch on it. Bang! Gustav placed his hand by his side, causing his body to descend faster again, and started closing in on the rock that was still spiraling downwards. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. Gustav kept landing hits on it, causing it to descend further into the hole. At this point, Gustav had no idea how low they had descended, but he wasn't bothered about that. He never stopped raining down punches on the rock as they descended. It was as if he could fly with the way they kept falling. However, he knew very well that hitting the ground at this moment would cause immense damage for him. The rock kept spinning due to the force behind the hit, which affected its senses, preventing it from attacking Gustav. However, even with the heavy punches Gustav had been throwing it, there was hardly any effect on its rocky body. Nevertheless, Gustav kept pummeled it with punches and explosive attacks while thinking of how to properly deal with the situation. Gustav hadn't expected the rock to be nearly indestructible, so this was something he didn't plan for. Right now, his body was in autopilot mode as he kept attacking while his mind was bringing up tons of schemes, plots, and methods to get rid of the rock. There it is, the mark, Gustav said internally as he noticed a mark on the stem of a small branch thousands of feet on the left wall of the hole. The mark was barely noticeable, but with Gustav's perception, he was able to notice it the instant it entered into his range. Gustav gave the rock one last punch, making use of the force to catapult himself towards the right side of the hole, which he and the falling rock were formerly closer to when falling. KKK. He created another icicle-like spear and stabbed it into the right wall of the hole. GGRURU. Rock fragments flew in all directions as the icicle-like spear pierced into the wall and kept sliding down for a few more feet before coming to a stop. Boom! The rock slammed into the ground below, creating a cloud of dust and debris. Gustav hanged from the icicle-like spear. He stabbed into the wall and stared at the ground below that was only 6 feet away from his legs. Chapter 269, Trapped. That was close, he said internally before letting go of the spear. Blam! Gustav landed on the ground. They had reached the bottom of the massive hole. Although Gustav couldn't tell the exact number of feet they descended before getting here, he estimated it was over 20,000. The underground ruins were already in depth. Now they were reaching a deeper spot within the already deep Kaskia ruins. Gustav could already feel that the temperature here was higher, and there was only a little oxygen. He took a step forward and stopped. Huh! He looked down after noticing that the ground felt weird. God eyes have been activated. Gustav's sight suddenly regained color as he activated God eyes at the bottom of the dark hole. Gustav had only been making use of perception all this time, so he couldn't really see his environment. He could only sense it. He decided not to activate God eyes while they were descending to save energy. But now, he decided to activate it because of how weird the texture of the ground felt. Why does this look like a shell? Gustav wondered. The part of the ground he was stepping on was dark green, and parts of it looked similar to a mosaic. It was looking like a tortoise shell with another color, and it covered a radius of 600 feet. The stone had fallen to the ground about 1,000 feet away, so it wasn't in the range. Gustav would have studied it more, but the current situation didn't give him the time for that. As the dust settled, a small crater could be seen in the middle of the ground. The walls of the hole served as a barricade, creating a space that covered 10,000 feet within. Gustav dashed forward again the moment he noticed the rock. However, the rock seemed to have stabilized itself now. Xian. It sent out a silver-like wave from its being. Gustav leaped upwards, trying to dodge the ripple of waves. However, when his body was only 10 feet away, the same screech as before reverberated inside his head. SSSKK Kayurk. Gustav held his head in pain as his body descended from the air. The rock sent out another wave, this time purplish in color. Bam! It slammed into Gustav, sending him flying backward. Gustav slammed his head into the shell-like area he landed on previously. A trail of blood flowed down his head as he struggled to get on his feet. You still don't know, do you? The rock voiced out while slowly floating towards Gustav. Gustav stood up and stared at the rock with a fierce look, while cleaning the bead of blood rolling down the side of his head. You brought me right back to where it all started. The rock added. Huh. Gustav was confused by its words when the shell-like area he was standing on suddenly lit up. Tiarosian. Outlines of purplish glowing arrows appeared all over the edges of the shell-like area, encircling Gustav. The entire space on the ground within the hole was lit up. The shell-like area seemed to resonate with the rock. The runic patterns on the rock started to change color as it moved closer to the shell-like area. From golden color to silver, and from silver to white. Currently, it was slowly turning to a blood-red color. A swoosh. Gustav dashed forward after sensing how off this area was. However, the instant he got to the edge of a shell-like area, he collided with a barrier that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Bam! He got blasted backward due to that. The barrier became invisible once again after he was blasted backward. Thank you for spilling that drop of blood where I wanted it. The rock voiced out as it approached the edge of the shell-like area. Gustav stared at the ground and noticed that his blood really did drop onto the shell-like area. And now, it was floating a few inches above the ground in the middle of the shell-like area. Now the sacrifice can begin. The rock laughed lightly as it spoke with a tone of victory. Gustav squinted his eyes upon hearing that and dashed forward. Bam! He was sent flying backward again by the invisible barrier. This doesn't look good. Even though Gustav knew he was in a kind of dilemma, he was still calm and collected. He thought of a way out while deciding to engage the rock in a conversation. What sacrifice? Gustav asked. H-A-H-A, do you not know? For me to be free, I need to be bathed in the essence of a powerful mixedblood. All the others in this hole have proven to be weaker than you are, and I want the highest chance of success, so I choose you. Rejoice. This sacrifice will extract the very essence of your being, which will be absorbed by me, freeing me from my shell. My freedom is at hand. The rock voiced out. That means I'll die after all this is done, Gustav asked again. Of course you'll die. You will become an empty vessel without your essence, as so typically you will be dead. The rock answered. Oh, I see. Gustav nodded while holding his chin. Why does this kid still look so calm? Other kids his age will be freaking out by now. The rock was somehow concerned about Gustav's calmness. So, you mentioned that I brought you back to where it all began. What did you mean by that? Gustav asked with a look of curiosity. See if you're planning anything. IT won't work. You can never escape from that entrapment. The rock voiced out with a tone of suspicion. Since I can't escape and will end up eventually dying, why don't you just tell me about it? At least I can die with closure. It won't be bad to understand some things since I have gonna die, Gustav stated. For someone who is about to die, he seems awfully calm, the rock thought, but then he also saw meaning in Gustav's words. I will start from how I ended up here, the rock voiced out. I am a Vindrulla species from the Northern Star Galaxy. Chapter 270, The Rock's Background. I will start from how I ended up here, the rock voiced out. I am a Vindrulla species from the Northern Star Galaxy. The rock started explaining. Gustav already knew this, since the system always notified him of alien life forms he came into contact with. My planet was conquered by Earthlings years back, and I happened to be among the rebellion squad that was formed to fight back. It was a losing war between the Earthlings and the Vindrulla rebellion force. The forces from Earth were powerful beyond what we could handle, and eventually, We were all captured and sent to different prisons across the earth based on our strength. I was sent here with 4 of MYKINSMEN, but now I am the only one left. The tone of the rock became a bit low at this point. During our years of rebellion, we had tried invading Earth also and even successfully launched assaults. The moment we arrived on Earth, we were recognized by other MIXCDBLOOD inmates, and coincidentally some of them had lost families in some of our assaults. We were ostracized, but that wasn't all. Day in, day out, they would bully me and MYKINSMEN. One day they decided to kill us since they were getting sick of breathing the same air ASWE. The rock looked up as it got to this point. We were brought to the top of this hole and KICKEDN. I and MYKINSMEN were left to rot within this hole, without food, water, or light. We tried leaving here through different methods, but IT was of no use. One by one, MYKINSMEN began to die of hunger, until I was the only one left. I and MYKINSMEN initially dug different spots, with our hands out of desperation, one of which happens to be that spot you currently stand on. After all MYKINSMEN were gone, I was also on the verge of death. I crawled to the spot you currently stand on and was on MY last breath when I started hearing a voice inside MY head. At first, I had thought I was hallucinating due to being on the verge of death. However, the voice became clearer and clearer. Do you want power? Do you want power? Do you want power? Do you want to live? The rock stared at the spot Gustav was standing on as it spoke. Being on the verge of death, I said yes, although I expected nothing. Suddenly, the entire place glowed up, and I sensed waves of energy gathering around ME. Those waves of energy created a cocoon that engaged me within which eventually transformed into the shell that I currently inhabit. When the rock got to this point, he understood a bit. So that isn't a rock. It's actually a shell, and the real him is within. Energy, FLOWED, into MY being as MY body inhabited the shell, putting me into a state of deep slumber for YEARS. During those years, while I was in a state of sleep, MY body changed. The voice gave me information, and I found out that it was the sentience of an immensely powerful energy crystal buried underneath. It told me of how the Earthlings tried harvesting it upon figuring out that it was very powerful. However, to save itself from the greedy Earthlings, it trapped itself further underground and built an impenetrable shell around itself. The more the Earthlings dug, the more it went deeper to hide itself. It only revealed itself after seeing I and MYKINSMEN on the brink of death. Unfortunately, it could only save me. The sentience of the energy crystal. I have returned back to being a fetus within this shell and to break free. You are the sacrifice needed for me to survive the hatching process. If I hatch in this state, MY life will be lost. The rock voiced out with a profound tone. You see the sentience of the energy crystal HARBORS, hatred for the Earthlings just as much as I do. This was why it lent me its power. The moment I am free, the earth shall know chaos. Listening up to this point, a lot of missing pieces had been filled up in Gustav's mind. He now understood a lot of things. There's a powerful energy crystal beneath me, but the fact that the system hasn't detected it yet means it's able to hide from even the senses of the system. Gustav was surprised at this fact, since he already saw the system as a godly creation. Hey, system, you truly can't sense anything, Gustav asked internally with a slightly mocking tone. Gustav saw this appear in his line of sight and chuckled. I guess you're not as great as I thought. What's so funny? Have you lost your mind from the fear of death? The rock asked as it floated few inches in front of the barrier, holding Gustav back. Nothing. I'm just laughing at someone's incompetence, Gustav said with a burst of light laughter. HMPH, who are you calling incompetent? Do you think you will be able to escape from here today? We shall see. The rock voiced out before floating higher, flying above the platform Gustav was currently standing on. Gustav also tried jumping upwards, but he would slam into the barrier again when he reached a particular height, which proved that he was trapped in a box format. The rock hovered a few inches above the barrier at the top. Gustav looked up and asked the system, "Still can't sense it." "The shell, covering up the energy crystal, is restricting my senses." The system replied, "The ritual will be starting soon. Prepare yourself." The rock voiced out, "I just need to find a kind of opening." Gustav stared at the ground again and tapped his feet on it repeatedly. "No matter what attack I throw at this thing, I'm sure it won't be damaged in the slightest," Gustav said, after analyzing the composition of the shell-like area with both his leg and god eyes. Chapter 271, Collaborating with the System. God eyes couldn't see through, but it showed him just how sturdy it was. "What if it lets out energy? Will your senses be able to penetrate?" Gustav asked the system. "If it lets out more energy than it already has, my senses will be able to infiltrate, and you will be presented with the option of absorbing the energy." The system responded to Gustav. "All right, prepare yourself for the moment the ritual starts. I'll try to delay my death for as long as possible while you handle the issue of absorption." Gustav squinted his eyes as he planned with the system internally. "And do make it quick. I don't know what your goal is, but I'm sure you wouldn't like this to be the end of me," Gustav smirked after saying internally, Now ITSDRTS." The rock voiced out as the platform suddenly turned brighter. The blood-red runic patterns on the rock's body glowed even more with a shade of sinister dark, dyeing the entire area with an aura of despair. A wave of crimson energy flowed out of the shell-like area beneath Gustav towards the rock above. Gustav suddenly felt his energy getting sapped. The gravitational displacement has been activated. Gustav instantly barricaded himself with walls of compressed space that prevented the waves from making contact with him. High energy crystal has been detected. Calculating grade. Grade unknown. Does host wish to absorb energy into the system? Yes/no. Gustav saw the system notification and smiled. Finally. He groaned while struggling to keep gravitational displacement activated, since the blood-like waves flowing out of the platform below were smashing into the gravitational barricade repeatedly. "How long would this take?" Gustav asked internally. "Due to the immense energy I am sensing, it would take at least 30 minutes to absorb completely." The system replied. "What? 30 minutes? I don't have 30 minutes." Gustav responded while groaning as he struggled to keep gravitational displacement activated. "That is just an estimate. It might take even longer," the system replied again. Other absorptions never took longer than 3 minutes, but according to the system, this particular one would take 30 minutes or longer. Gustav knew that this meant the energy was really massive, but he didn't know whether to rejoice or be sorrowful, because he might not live long enough for everything to be absorbed completely. What then would be the point of all this? How long do you think you can keep that barrier up? Give in to your fate. The rock shouted out as it stared at Gustav from above, barricading himself within the gravitational force. Due to this, the ritual was being delayed, but the rock was not worried because it knew that Gustav would run out of energy sooner or later. Hey system, I'll join you in absorbing the energy to make it faster. You take a portion of it, and I'll take the other portion. When you absorb enough for an upgrade, leave the rest up me, Gustav suggested internally. You do know that your body will never be able to hold such amount of energy without exploding from the inside out. The system warned. I know, I have a plan, Gustav said internally. All right. Gustav conjured the biggest spherical orb he had ever created, which was almost as large as himself. He made some hand signs, and the energy from the platform started being sucked into the sphere. Gustav wasn't done yet. He conjured up 3 more and sent them towards the 4 corners of the platform. Gustav's breathing was already becoming rapid at this point. To conjure such large spherical energy and gravitational orbs made him spend a lot of energy. The rock stared at his actions from above with a suspicious look. HMM, the energy crystal just gave me a piece of information. The rock voiced out. Stop wasting your time. ITS energy is almost infinite. The rock seemed to have figured out what was going on already. Almost infinite. Well, it's not infinite, is it? And there's no such thing as almost infinite. It's either it is or it's not. Gustav smirked after he finished voicing out. Let's see if you can absorb ITS energy completely before your death. Increase. The rock voiced out. VRRRUThian. The blood-red energy waves coming from the platform below suddenly increased immensely. GRRRRH. Gustav groaned as he struggled to keep gravitational displacement activated. The energy waves were slamming into the gravitational barrier he created with intensity. At this rate, I might not be able to keep this up for too long. System, how far have you gone with the absorption? Gustav asked internally as his forehead creased. Only 2% has been absorbed so far. The system replied. What the? Gustav exclaimed. You have to keep that gravitational barrier active if you want to remain alive. Gustav gritted his teeth and kept it up. His stamina as well as his energy were depleting at an insane rate, but this was the only way to go about it. The waves kept pouring out, and the rock above kept shouting for it to increase in intensity. Droplets of sweats were already starting to drop from Gustav's face as the gravitational barrier surrounding him decreased in size as time passed. How far have we gone? I don't think I can hold this for much longer. Still around 80% more to absorb. The system responded. Gustav's eyebrows creased in frustration upon seeing the response. I have to try something else. This won't work. Gustav's arms were already trembling at this point. Just give up. ITS futile. The rock voiced out. Whatever energy you absorb from the crystal will become mine when I bath in your essence. Stop wasting your time as well as mine by resisting. Increase. The rock was also getting impatient because since the start it hadn't absorbed anything from Gustav due to the barrier surrounding him. However, it wasn't worried. Gustav's arms trembled intensely as the waves increased yet again, pushing his own gravitational barrier back to him. Gustav's body was now being sandwiched in between. He quickly called back one of the spherical orbs and pulled out the energy it had absorbed before leaping upwards. A huge amount of energy gathered around Gustav's fist, which had transformed again as he threw it at the barrier above. Boom! An explosion went off as his fist slammed into the barrier. However, even with that amount of force, only a finger-sized hole could be seen in the barrier. Gustav detonated the energy he had gathered so far trying to increase the hole. Boom, booms, boom. A loud blast went off in the scale-like area, causing a wave of blue energy to spread out. The ground and the surroundings vibrated with intensity, and cracks appeared all over. The explosion Gustav triggered had pushed away the blood-red waves coming from the podium below for a few seconds. Gustav used that chance to leap upwards again and pushed his fingers into the small holes created from the blast. He pulled with all his might, trying to increase the hole. The rock above was a bit disoriented at first when the explosion went off, but the moment it regained its senses back, it noticed Gustav below trying to forcefully increase the gap in the barrier. Increase. It shouted out. FWWWRRUMM. Gustav's eyes widened as he looked below him and noticed a massive amount of blood-red waves headed for him. Erg. Chapter 272, Unexpected Arrival. FWWWRRUMM. Gustav's eyes widened as he looked below him and noticed a massive amount of blood-red waves headed for him. Erg. Gustav screamed out as he made use of his last vestiges of energy to surround himself with a gravitational barrier again, but in a few seconds. KRRIH. Like a balloon, the gravitational barrier was pierced through, and Gustav was consumed by the blood-red waves coming from below. Ugh! Gustav felt his strength being sapped from him at an insanely fast speed. This wasn't just his energy. He also felt like he was losing everything within as he fell to his knees weakly. His body trembled furiously as he tried moving, but it was of no use. All he could hear within the blood-red waves that blinded his entire view was the elated laughter of the rock being. Yes, 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 you're even more amazing than I expected. Yes, give everything to me. The rock kept shouting out as streams of yellowish energy floated into it from below. The energy was phasing out of the barrier, and it was coming from Gustav. H-A-H-A-H-A. I shall not only be free but become powerful enough to make the earthlings pay. Yes, and why freedom is at hand. The rock voiced out again as little cracks began to appear on the rock. Gustav groaned in pain as his face began to lose color and his body size began to slim down. Far above the hole, a young man with yellow, braided long hair and chestnut-colored eyes stared at the hole. The kid is in trouble. I should act now since the situation is already beyond what their power level is capable of handling, he muttered with a low tone as he prepared to jump in. Still, in the next moment, he noticed something. Ahem. A swoosh. A trail of wind created a line across the ground on the other side. In the next moment, a silver-colored afterimage covered within massive aura-like energy could be seen bolting down the walls. In a few, the afterimage of the silver silhouette had disappeared deep into the hole. I will hold on, for now, to see how this goes, the man muttered as he squatted and peered into the darkness of the hole. How much longer? Gustav asked internally as his legs trembled within the waves of blood-red energy. About 70% left to absorb. 2% more will be enough for an upgrade. The system replied. When you acquire enough for an upgrade, keep absorbing its energy and transfer it to me, Gustav proposed with a groan. The system was able to absorb energy faster than gravitational energy container could, which was why Gustav proposed this. Your body will explode to pieces because it can't contain more than 2% of the crystal's energy. How do you intend on containing the rest of the 65%? The system asked. Just do it, Gustav screamed internally. All right, 1.9% left. 1.85% left. 1.8% left. The system started counting down as Gustav struggled to hold on. Gustav would have asked the system to start transferring the energy now. However, the system couldn't stop absorbing energy into itself after the process had started. unless the energy source ran dry or it gathered enough for an upgrade. With every passing moment, Gustav's body shrunk more and more. HHHA, this is awesome. I have never felt so alive. I can feel your emotions towards Earthlings. The rock voiced out as more cracks continued to appear on it. You also bear resentment towards them, and why is this? The rock purplish glowing eyes squinted as Gustav's memories flowed into its mind. The constant bullying and being ostracized due to having a low-graded bloodline. I see now. You and I are not so different after all. The rock said to Gustav, who had currently shrunk in width. He was almost back to being as slim as he used to be before he got the system. Don't worry, I shall take revenge for you too. I shall drive the living creatures to extinction, the rock voiced out with a tone of righteousness. We Ray N, ought the same. Gustav struggled to get up as he spoke. 1% left. I will not sacrifice another to gain power. 0.95% left. And I certainly will not include people that had nothing to do with my suffering when concocting plans of evil. Gustav's legs wobbled as he stood up. 0.9% left. His legs and arms had slimmed down so much that he could be mistaken for a toothpick. Gustav raised his trembling arms up and pointed at the rock. You are just a sick and weak piece of crap, incapable of looking out for another means to gain power. Also, after gaining power, you will still end up using it for the wrong purpose and eventually meet your end after not achieving anything. After saying that, Gustav gave a thumbs down as his trembling arms lowered, and he fell to his knees once again. 0.7% left. His eyes were already blurry, and his head was ringing so loud that he couldn't even see the system notification anymore. But you will meet your end before I do, the rock voiced out with a slightly anguished tone. Increase, it voiced out again. The blood red waves increased in capacity. Hold on. Any more, Gustav said internally as everything in his line of sight turned blank and his figure started falling to the ground. Hold on, we're almost there, 0.2% left. If Gustav's sight was still functioning, he would have seen the system calling out to him. However, at the moment, he had lost every bit of energy left in his body and was falling to the ground like a piece of clothing, swaying with the waves. The cracks on the rock had already covered almost every part of its being. So this is how it ends. Gustav chuckled slightly as his body descended. It was really good while it lasted. As Gustav was about to fall unconscious, when he heard a loud scream. Gustav. It was a feminine voice that sounded quite familiar to him. Chapter 273. It's not my time yet. Angie. The picture of a cute and innocent-looking girl with silver and pink-colored hair appeared in his mind, and along with it came the sound of a loud explosion that rocked the entire vicinity. A moment ago, a fast-moving silver-colored silhouette was running down the walls of the hole, approaching the bottom with intense speed. It was none other than Angie. As she closed in on the bottom, she instantly spotted the rock floating above a scale-like platform filled with red waves. But then she also noticed someone within the reddish waves. Someone who was barely recognizable at the moment, but she still instantly figured out who he was. Gustav. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by a million needles as she noticed his state. She dashed with unimaginable speed towards the rock with an immense amount of milky energy waves covering her figure. THHWW. It was like space was being split open as Angie arrived in front of the rock almost in an instant. The rock had only managed to notice her presence when she was 2 feet in front of it due to her speed. Still, even at that, there was nothing it could do to counter her as the milky waves of energy surrounding her got released. Thrrrrosii. Boom. The waves spread out into the surroundings, carry a heavy amount of destructive force with them. Bang. It slammed into the rock and sent it flying backward by many meters till it slammed into the wall behind. A hole was created in the wall, along with cracks surrounding it, as the rock got buried more than 12 feet in. The vicinity kept vibrating for several seconds as the waves spread into the surroundings, causing havoc. After it disappeared, the ground surrounding the podium where Gustav was trapped had been leveled even more. But even with all that, the barrier surrounding Gustav was still standing. However, it was a little affected. "Gustav!" Angie shouted out as she repeatedly ran back and forth, raining punches on the barrier. It was futile because, even with the little damage she had caused earlier, the energy from the crystal was still enough to reinforce the barrier and repair it. It looked like Angie hadn't really helped the situation, but she actually did. The moment the rock was blasted away from the top of the barrier, the sacrificial process was paused due to Gustav's essence not having a receiver. The essence that hadn't been passed to the rock went back into Gustav's body, giving him a little bit of energy. Twitch, twitch. Gustav's fingers twitched as his eyes opened up. He had regained consciousness. The red waves in the barrier were dormant at the moment, so he wasn't being sapped. 0.01% left. The instant Gustav opened his eyes, he noticed the system absorption status. System has absorbed enough energy for the next upgrade. Absorption of the crystal energy will continue, but now it will be directly received into your body. Are you ready? The system asked Gustav, who just stood up from the ground. His eyesight was still a bit blurry, but he could understand the words in his line of sight even though they weren't very clear. He could see Angie pounding onto the barrier repeatedly with speed, trying to break through. ZW woon. The rock also furiously shot out of the wall and started flying back towards the barrier. Gustav gestured to Angie to move away from the barrier. The moment Angie saw his gestures, she understood and quickly dashed forward to engage the rock. Gustav raised his arm and stared at it. He looked extremely shrill at the moment, like a live, walking skeleton. Smirk. Even with the sunken cheekbones and eyes, he still smirked. I guess this wasn't the end. His eyes suddenly lit up with determination as he voiced out, "Do it." Crystal energy will now be absorbed into host. Thwoosh. The reddish waves oozing out of the podium suddenly dispersed, as Gustav being started sucking in rays of green light. His figure glowed as his body absorbed the energy of the crystal with speed. Gustav felt energy rushing into his being, making him feel like he could do anything. The system is way faster at absorbing energy than I am. Even when Gustav was absorbing energy with 4 spherical orbs, it took several minutes for him to absorb the amount of energy the system was absorbing in milliseconds. Angie was busy engaging the rock, stopping it from getting closer to the scale-like area. The rock would hit her with mind-disturbing waves repeatedly, but she would still forcefully and stubbornly disregard the pain before dashing towards it again. Due to the disruption of the ritual, the rock powers had been slightly affected. However, its mind attacks were still as powerful as ever. Angie was already bleeding from her nose and eyes. However, she still stubbornly rammed into the rock head-on, disregarding its mind attacks. Crazy girl, it is all futile. He will meet his end today. Even when the rock shouted out, it all fell on deaf ears. Angie still attacked it furiously. The rock was getting impatient because the sentience of the crystal kept warning him to get back immediately to continue the ritual, but Angie was making that difficult for him. In a few seconds, Gustav could already feel his body on the verge of exploding as his veins protruded from his skin due to the immense energy filling them up. "Compress," Gustav said internally as he made use of his gravitational energy container bloodline. He compressed the energy inside his body repeatedly as he absorbed energy, stopping his body from exploding. His body was still very thin, even with the amount of energy he had absorbed due to his essence, which had been sapped. Filling his body with just energy wouldn't be enough to recover the essence he had lost. Nevertheless, Gustav kept absorbing energy and compressing them into his body. At the rate at which this is going, your body will shut down the moment you make use of that energy. The system warned, but Gustav ignored it. "Compress." He compressed the energy absorbed again and kept absorbing more. His skin at the moment was like a light bulb. It was glowing, and pellets of his skin began to peel off, flying, scattering around, and turning into light particles. "Compress." Gustav once again compressed energy as he brought his palms together and closed his eyes. Energy discharge has been activated. The surroundings started vibrating as Gustav's figure caused the gravity around him to twist and turn. "Release." Gustav suddenly opened his eyes that were brimming with immense energy. Boom. The compressed energy Gustav had been storing blasted out of his body. Bang. The barrier surrounding him was instantly blasted into smithereens, and waves continuously spread across the surroundings, afterwards slamming into Angie and the rock battling in the distance. Whhhhhoosh. Harsh winds blew across the place, causing small tremors. Step, step, step. The heavy sounds of footsteps could be heard as Gustav's figure phased out of the waves of energy that slowly started to die down. "Gather," Gustav voiced out as he raised his right fist. Rosen. The energy from the crystal began to gather in his right hand as it slowly transformed into a large fist glowing with crazy green light. The rock pulled itself out of the hole on the wall that was created from its body slamming into it, but the moment it did that, whoosh. Gustav had already arrived in front of it with an outstretched fist. "It is not time for me to meet my end yet, so you can go ahead before me," Gustav voiced out as his fist slammed into the rock. Crack. A loud crack resounded in the vicinity after the collision as Gustav's fist penetrated through the rock, followed by a loud explosion. Boom. Chapter 274, Past Event Leading to Current Scenario. A loud crack resounded in the vicinity after the collision. Gustav's fist penetrated through the rock, followed by a loud explosion. Boom. Gustav had transferred the rest of the energy he absorbed to his fist, so the moment it penetrated the rock-like shell, he detonated the energy. The rock blasted to pieces from within, and a puddle of thick yellowish substance flew out from within. The blast affected the rock and the wall behind, causing a wide hole that was more than 20 feet deep to appear on it. VRRRR. The wall vibrated with intensity as cracks spread all across it, and rocks began to fall to the bottom of the hole. Green light engulfed the entire hole, shining a blinding brightness all across the place. The eyes of the unknown man watching from above widened in surprise as the tremors reached all the way up, making where he was also standing on vibrate. A few minutes back, Angie and Maltida were on the path that led to the previous location of the rock and noticed the massive number of participants headed there. They ignored Maltida and Angie totally and focused on heading to that particular place. Angie and Maltada were unable to tell how many participants were headed there, but they estimated the number to be over 300. Angie lifted Maltada and sped towards the place quickly, arriving on the path that led there in a few seconds. Bang, bangs, bang. Sounds of battle were heard from up ahead, along with a crowd of participants in their line of sight. The entire place was clogged up with participants, and there was hardly any space to move forward. 2 participants were battling this crowd of participants and preventing them from going further. The one with black and white hair, along with black tattoos all over his face, and body moved as fast as a phantom, knocking several participants out before they had the chance to attack. The other, with a bushy afro hair and handsome dark look, would conjure several vortexes at the same time and send them towards the body of the participants being flung in midair. The participants would disappear upon entering the vortexes. He would also conjure a huge vortex and send it to the area where attacks were being sent out. Those attacks would be transported to the back of the attackers, knocking them out. The crowd of participants was hardly any match for these 2. However, even though these 2 were handling the participants right now, it was obvious that they were being worn out due to high numbers. Sweats could be seen on their foreheads as they ran about the place using their power repeatedly. Angie cleared up a path with her speed as she dashed towards the front while carrying Maltada. Up ahead thought she was another mind-controlled participant and moved out to attack her when Falco's alter ego stopped him. "She's an ally of this dweeb," Falco's alter ego said after stopping "Maltada, let's assist them," Angie voiced out after dropping Maltada. A swoosh. Angie dashed out towards the participants with Maltada, who transformed into her liquid silver form. They started helping out in dealing with the mind-controlled participants. "Where's Gustav?" Angie asked while bringing some knocked-out participants towards "He's dealing with that rock creature. He tasked us with preventing the participants under its mind-controlled from going beyond this point. He didn't want to be disturbed while handling it," explained, while conjuring and sending out vortexes one after the other. "I never thought he'd ask for help." Angie knew Gustav liked to do things on his own, so this came as a kind of surprise to her. But after thinking about it, she understood that the opponent wasn't the run-of-the-mill kind of opponent. They weren't battling with unintelligent mixed breed this time. "Wait, does he know about the sacrifice?" Angie asked. "What sacrifice?" voiced out with a look of confusion. Angie's eyes widened as she realized that Gustav was battling with the rock being, without being aware of its intention to turn him into a sacrifice. "Where are they?" Angie asked. "He said he didn't want to be distracted while handling the rock creature, and I should stop anyone from getting to their battle site." "Anyone? So, I can't give you that information." Turned down her request as he threw his fist into one of the vortexes he conjured, which ended up slamming into the jaw of a participant 100 feet away. "Tell me where he is. If he doesn't know this, there's a high chance that he would be caught off guard," Angie said with a pleading expression. "You won't be able to handle the mind attacks of the rock being. According to Gustav, anyone that comes there with the intention of helping him out will only worsen the situation when they fall to its mind control." Was adamant about giving in to Angie due to Gustav's instructions. "I'll manage. You can see how quick I am. His life is in danger," Angie said with a look of urgency. Finally decided to give in after thinking about it. Gustav and the rock being had been gone for more than an hour, and there was no sign of the participants being released from the mind control, which meant he was still battling with the rock. Opened a vortex for Angie. "They are within the hole. They should be battling at the bottom now. Be careful." Angie nodded and told Maltada to keep assisting them with the participants till she was back. After entering the vortex, Angie found herself a few hundred feet away from the wide hole. Didn't Maltada mention something about a hole she saw when she was still under the rock being's mind control? Angie recalled this and stared at the hole in the front with a look of suspicion. She suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, and another horn started growing out of her forehead as she dashed forward at full speed. This previous scenario was what led to the current beneath the hole. Chapter 275, A Kiss. Boom, crumble, crumble, crumble. Rocks were still sliding downwards across the cracked walls at the bottom of the hole. A puddle of thick, yellowish substance could be seen within the hole on the wall created from the energy blast. The yellowish substance had splattered all across the place, but few feet in front of Gustav was the biggest part. It was wriggling continuously, trying to form a shape. SSH HRRRK Kai. Shrill shrieks could be heard from the puddle of thick yellowish substance over and over again. Gustav stared at the yellowish puddle with a cold expression. "You are filth inside out," he voiced out before turning around. Angie, who was blasted back earlier, had gotten back up on her feet. Tears could be seen in her eyes as she walked towards Gustav. Gustav was still looking shrill and thin. He looked as if a gust of wind would be able to knock him down. Gustav's skin was still glowing, but it was slowly dimming. Glowing pellets continued to fall from his skin, turning into light particles few moments after floating in the air. Angie walked till she was only a few feet away from Gustav. A wry smile appeared on Gustav's face before. Plop. He fell to the ground weakly. "Gustav." Angie shouted out in fear and dashed towards him. SW whoosh. She grabbed hold of him before he fell to the ground completely and placed his head on her lap. What's happening? She could see Gustav's skin molting more and more and disintegrating into light particles. Gustav raised his right hand and stared at it. Now that the system was no longer absorbing the leftover energy of the crystal into him, he felt extremely weak. Part of your essence that was taken included your regeneration. Due to the immense amount of energy your body absorbed, it is shutting down. Unless you get it back, you will die in a few seconds. The system announced. Oh, so that's why. Gustav laughed weakly as he stared at it, and I guess this is gonna be it. Angie was still screaming her lungs out and rubbing Gustav's face with tears in her eyes. What do I do? What's happening to you? She shouted out. I'm dying, Gustav muttered weakly while coughing. Dying? Why? How? What can I do? Angie asked frantically with a look of urgency. She already sensed this, as she saw Gustav's body slowly reducing. You can't do anything, Gustav answered bluntly. Tears seeped out of Angie's eyes, even more as she heard this. She wasn't willing to accept this. Sniff, sniff. There must be something I can do, Angie said with a teary face. Theirs is something you can do, Gustav said while coughing. Stop being so heroic all the time and think about your well-being sometimes. It's okay to be selfish, Gustav said while raising his hand and cleaning the tears on her cheek. It's okay to love helping others, but love yourself more because, in the end, it's everyone for themselves. This world doesn't deserve your love, neither do they deserve your kindness. If you're protecting them, do it on your own terms. As Gustav advised her, more tears began to fall from her eyes onto his face. She couldn't help but think, this is all my fault. She remembered that Gustav saving her got him into the situation. She felt if she had been selfish enough to let go of the teammate that got missing, Gustav wouldn't have been tangled in the event that led to this moment. Can I be selfish now? Angie asked as she placed her hand on Gustav's chin. What do you mean? Gustav asked. But instead of a reply, what he got was Angie bringing her face down to the front of his. Her face was only a few inches from his, and she stared into his eyes with an expression of desire. Is she? Gustav's eyes widened as he stared at hers. She can't be thinking of doing that, can she? As these thoughts appeared in Gustav's mind, his heart rate went up. This was the first time in almost 7 months that his heart was beating this fast. Even when he was excited about something, it never beat this fast. She kept moving her face closer to his as she closed her eyes. Just when her lips were only a few millimeters away from his, a loud sound was heard behind them. Bang! Angie immediately opened her eyes and turned her face around to check what was happening. Gradier Xanatus, she voiced out with a look of surprise as she saw the yellow braided-haired man walking towards them. You guys can do that later, Gradier Xanatus voiced out as he walked towards the wall area that had a huge hole in it. Angie's face instantly turned beet red as she raised her face back up and coughed twice. What are you doing here? Gustav asked with a confused look. Gradier Xanatus was currently putting on a prisoner's outfit as he stood in front of the wall. There's no time to explain, Gradier Xanatus said as he reached out for the yellowish puddle. Charuin. The yellowish puddle was still wriggling, and parts of it were still splattered across the place. But when Gradier Xanatus reached out for it, every single drop joined together and flew towards him. Gradier Xanatus's eyes glowed blue as he created a circular-shaped barrier around it and snapped his fingers. Puh. The circular-shaped barrier instantly shrank completely with the puddle within it and transformed into something else. A small glowing red light. Gradier Xanatus walked back towards Gustav with the red light floating above his palm and squatted. Your essence should still be within. I have compressed it, Gradier Xanatus said while placing the small red light in front of Gustav. Consume it, he instructed while moving it towards Gustav's mouth. Gustav opened his mouth, and the red dot flew in. A few moments after consuming it, Gustav's glowing body changed color from white to red and stopped disintegrating. Right before their very eyes, Gradier Xanatus and Angie watched as Gustav's body rapidly began to transform. Chapter 276, Regaining Sense. A few moments after consuming it, Gustav's glowing body changed color from white to red and stopped disintegrating. Right before their very eyes, Gradier Xanatus and Angie watched as Gustav's body rapidly began to transform. His body increased in size and was rapidly turning back to its original form. His arms, legs, and face regained their initial size and color. In a few seconds, Gustav rose to his feet and raised his arms to check them. A swoosh. He dashed across the place, testing his speed also. Your essence has been recovered, and your body is currently healing the internal injuries you suffered. The system notified Gustav. Oh, look, you're still talking to me, Gustav said internally with a smirk. Gustav turned to face Gradier Xanatus. Thank you, he voiced out with a look of appreciation. Gustav turned to stare at Angie and voiced out, You too. His smile became wider after saying. You don't have to mention. Angie's face turned redder as she turned to the side to avoid Gustav's eyes while speaking. So, why are you here, Gradier Xanatus, and dressed like that? Gustav asked with a look of suspicion while scrutinizing Gradier Xanatus from head to toe. I'm here on a mission issued out by the superiors, and your mentor included, Gradier Xanatus said, while moving towards the podium where Gustav was almost turned into a sacrifice. That prisoner's outfit just ruined the image I have of you, Gustav laughed lightly as he spoke. Even though it had only been 2 weeks, he was already used to seeing Gradier Xanatus in his dignified uniform. Wait, did you just mention my mentor? Gustav realized that in Gradier Xanatus's statement earlier, he mentioned mentor. Miss Amy sent you, Gustav asked. Yes, she specifically recommended me for this observation mission, and the higher-ups agreed. Who knew you were affiliated with the Demon Queen of the MBO? Gradier Xanatus had a surprised expression on his face as he stared at Gustav. Observation, Demon Queen, Gustav voiced out with a confounded look. I have been watching your battle with that rock being, so you don't need to explain the situation to me. I was sent here for the precise purpose of observing the situation within the ruins, since there were places that footage couldn't be transmitted, Gradier Xanatus explained. So, he was watching the whole time. That means he saw me using different abilities. Gustav stared at Gradier Xanatus with a suspicious look after realizing this. Gradier Xanatus stared back at him with a smile like he could read his thoughts. Gradier Xanatus went on to explain everything that had gone down in the facility where the higher-ups were gathered. A few minutes ago, back up in the previous location of the rock, Falco's alter ego, and Maltida was almost overwhelmed by the number of participants attacking them when the participants lost the purplish glow in their eyes and fell unconscious. After a few seconds, the participants regained consciousness and started rubbing their eyes and holding their heads with a confused expression displayed on their faces. They did it, voiced out after seeing all the participants regaining consciousness without purplish glowing eyes. They were nearly worn out by the attackers and had all gained injuries from the long 2 hours battle, so they were glad it was over now. Falco regained control of his body functions and went back to normal since his alter ego, too, was worn out. Let's go check on them, Maltida suggested, while transforming back to her normal form. And Falco nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them turned around to head towards the hole. The rock had initially gained control of over 400 participants in the last 2 days, and now those participants had regained control of their minds with fuzzy memories. They checked themselves and wondered what they spent the last 2 days doing after noticing they had no grandstones in their possession. As their memories returned to them gradually, they had looks of bitterness on their faces after realizing they had been spending the last 2 days as a puppet, gathering grandstones for an unknown entity. There were over 3,000 participants in total that made it to the final stage. Now about 30% of them started looking for grandstones all over again, since the rock being had absorbed everything that was initially in their possession. What they didn't know was that if Gustav, Angie, and the others had not succeeded in taking down the rock being, not only would a great calamity be born, but they would also end up dead. This because the rock planned to discard them the moment it had successfully been reborn. As they regained their memories, they also realized that this day was the last day of the test phase, which meant they had less than 24 hours to gather grandstones before the test phase ended. The participants that were under mind control earlier began to travel to different parts of the ruins with looks of urgency on their faces. They had to make sure they found something since no one wanted their efforts to be wasted after getting to this stage. Back underneath the hole, Gradier Xanatus had finished inspecting the shell-like area where the energy of the crystal was said to be hidden underneath. Falco, and Maltida had arrived a while ago using EE's vortex, and Angie was bringing them up to speed on what had happened so far. What? He almost died. Even Falco was surprised since he knew of Gustav's strength. Maltida and were just as surprised and stared at Gustav, who was currently several feet away conversing with Gradier Xanatus. Gustav still had an unbothered expression as he spoke with Gradier Xanatus. He didn't even look like someone who was about to die a while ago. The only obvious sign that he was in a battle was his tattered clothes. The space at the bottom of the hole had a radius of over 4,000 feet, but the signs of destruction were visible even with such space. Rocks piled on top of one another in different spots, as well as craters and holes on the walls. As Angie explained the past situation to them, they could picture just how crazy the battle must have been. Chapter 277, You Have a Voice. So, why isn't it burrowing itself deeper into the ground again? Isn't that what it does when someone is close to discovering it? Gradier Xanatus asked as he inspected the shell-like area. The Vindrula probably used up its energy for the ritual, Gustav answered with a contemplative look. Gradier Xanatus stretched out his hand towards the podium, and a blue glow surrounded it. Looks like you're right. I can hardly sense any energy left, he said while retracting his arms. Gustav smiled internally on hearing that as he stared at the system notification in his line of sight. System upgrade completed. Even though the crystal still had a lot of energy left after Gustav and the system absorbed from it, at the moment, everything had almost been absorbed completely. The sentience that the crystal awoke due to its massive energy had also been absorbed. This was why it couldn't burrow itself into the ground anymore, even after sensing Gustav and Gradier Xanatus's presence along with the others. The reason this was so was that, several minutes ago, after Gustav regained his essence back, the system notified him of some things. Quest completed. Defeat the Vindrula. Side quest completed. Survive. Rewards. Plus 500. 000 EXP. All skills level up. Plus 2 all stats. Atomic manipulation. Level up grade C. Plus 20. 000 credits. Plus 1 bloodline received. Goal completed. Possess up to a total of 30 bloodlines. Reward. Host has leveled up. While Gustav was talking to Gradier Xanatus, he was also checking out the system, and he was very much delighted by what he saw, but it didn't show on his face. He disguised well. System is ready to upgrade. Will this take another 2 or 3 days? Gustav asked. If I make use of the crystal energy, I can speed up the upgrade and even store up more energy for the next. All right, make use of the energy crystal. Who knows when next we'll get an opportunity like this? Gustav agreed to the system's decision. Currently, Gradier Xanatus thought the Vindrula was responsible, but he had no idea that the system was actually the culprit. Although he was now aware of Gustav being able to use several abilities, just like Miss Amy, he didn't know about the system. Gradier Xanatus asked Gustav to keep what had happened here a secret in the meantime, and he would explain to the higher-ups what transpired. I'm sure you will be rewarded for this act of heroism, Gradier Xanatus said to Gustav. What act of heroism? I didn't do this for anyone. I did it for myself. The Vindrula was gonna come after me, so I went after it first, Gustav stated after laughing slightly. Oh, but still, you saved your fellow participants by winning the battle here, Gradier Xanatus added. Even if I failed, you have been watching the whole time, so I'm sure you'd have swooped in to save the day. My acts don't count, Gustav waved it off. True, but it was still your actions as well as that of your group that saved the day, so that can't be brushed off, Gradier Xanatus voiced out with a smile. If that's the case, then make sure the reward is good enough. Do I get to choose what I want? Gustav asked. Gustav's sudden change shocked Gradier Xanatus. He stared at Gustav, wondering when he became so shameless. Cough, cough, I don't know yet. I guess we shall see after I give them the report, Gradier Xanatus replied. I have regained some of my memories. I have visuals of some stars I passed through before arriving here. Gustav's eyes widened slightly as he heard this. Yes, this time, it wasn't a message, instead. It was a smooth, feminine voice. Hey, you have a voice now, Gustav asked internally. Gustav and the rest were later brought out of the hole by Gradier Xanatus. He decided to bring them out himself to make it faster, since it would take more time for them to get to the top by themselves. Gradier Xanatus went on to keep pretending to be a prisoner. They moved to other parts of the ruins to continue his observation. As for Gustav, Angie, Maltida, Ee, and Falco, they moved together to a safe part of the ruins to recuperate. They met Glade along the way, who had also regained her senses. Glade was feeling embarrassed as she apologized to Gustav and Angie. Angie dismissed her apology, saying it wasn't her fault. Just like that, 12 hours went by, and the day was coming to an end. It was already evening time, and Gustav and the others were in a settlement of prisoners who didn't participate in disturbing or obstructing the participants in any way. This part of the ruins was peaceful, and most of the participants that knew about it came over here to sleep for the night. Gustav was in a makeshift tent at the moment alone. He had asked the rest for some time alone, hiding under the guise of wanting to recuperate, but the truth was he had been conversing with the system for the past hour. Angie and the rest still wanted to gather more grandstones before the day came to an end, so they set out after enough rest. The next morning would be when every participant that survived would be brought out of the ruins. It would also mark the end of the test phase, and everyone will be graded. Tomorrow was when they would figure out whether they would be enlisted in the MBO camp or not. Who knew you'd have a feminine voice? That of a kid, for that matter. Gustav mocked the system. The sound of my voice is just a representation of what the host desires. What? Why would I desire to hear the voice of a little girl? Gustav asked with a weird look on his face. Your inner pervertedness has been exposed. It was now the system's turn to mock Gustav. Shut it, I have no such desires, Gustav said with a look of certainty. Anyways, show me the footages you mentioned earlier, Gustav requested. All right, but you can't see them all because, from my calculations, I must have been drifting through space for at least 500 years, so I will only display some parts to you, the system responded. Gustav had a surprised look on his face as he heard that. 500 years. Chapter 278, The System's Journey. Gustav had a surprised look on his face as he heard that. 500 years, Gustav exclaimed. From the memories I have recovered, that is precisely my estimation. Gustav had a solemn look on his face as he heard that. That means you can't remember where you came from, he voiced out with a look of understanding. Maybe this was why it didn't speak to me all this time, Gustav said internally with a look of realization. Do not flatter yourself. I do not like to bother myself with unintelligent species such as yourself, the system replied to Gustav's thought with a scoff. Can a guy have a little privacy? Do not intrude into my inner thoughts, Gustav reprimanded the system with a slightly annoyed tone. HMPH, if not for my will to survive, I will not be here, the system replied. Survive. Gustav thought about what the system was hinting at. Show me the footage, Gustav demanded. All right, the system agreed. Gustav's eyes suddenly glowed red as a system notification popped up in his line of sight, displaying Galaxy's travel footages. Tiaruyan. I'm floating. Through space, Gustav's line of sight had changed completely. The scenery before him was endless darkness, filled with light dots in many places. Small, round, and spherical objects with different colors could be seen in the distance. Those are planets. Gustav recognized these structures. He could also see stars of different sizes and asteroids as his line of sight traveled through space. He already understood that this was the footage being displayed. This was when I was traveling through the Ambitha galaxy. The system spoke in Gustav's mind. Gustav pulled himself out of whatever was making them soar through space, and what appeared in his line of sight was a silver ball, moving at super speed. The silver ball was glowing so bright that it was like a beacon of light in the darkness of space. Gustav couldn't retract his mind from the system for too long, so he was pulled back into the ball in a few seconds. He could only see from the system point of view, while his mind was inside the ball. The galaxy the system mentioned was one that Gustav had never heard of. He wasn't well versed in intergalactic travels, since good information on that wasn't generalized. He knew some things, but his knowledge was still very lacking in this subject. The system journeyed through space at a very fast speed, passing by the sides of different planets, journeying in the midst of asteroids, and surviving through different levels of solar flares in different corners of space. That galaxy you mentioned earlier, Ambitha, is that the farthest your memory can recall? Gustav asked as they kept moving. Yes, that is the farthest my memory can take me. However, I feel it isn't too far from where my journey began, the system replied. And how far is that from the Milky Way? Gustav asked. Should be over 47 galaxies away, the system replied with an assured tone. What? Over 47 galaxies away? Gustav voiced out with a tone of disbelief. That should be tens of billions of light years away. Even 500 years will not be enough to travel that far, Gustav calculated and voiced out. Because we're in space, you're unable to see how fast we're traveling. I traveled at over 1 million light years in a single month. The system stated. Gustav was once again shocked. The system was traveling that fast without a fuel source and went on for up to 500 years. That's really fast. What were you looking for that made you travel this far? I mean, there must be a reason, right? Gustav asked. I don't remember what exactly it's supposed to be, but yes, I was looking for something or rather somewhere. The girly voice of the system sounded conflicted at this point. While they traveled through the galaxy, it wasn't always smooth sailing for the system. There were times it was almost taken away by space pirates. However, due to its speed, it managed to outmaneuver its pursuers. There were places in the universe where it was met with strange spatial interferences that teleported it off course, which also caused its journey to delay a bit. The system was fast-forwarding the footage and could only show Gustav places that seemed important. Gustav wanted to ask where exactly the system was headed when the system spoke. This was where I started losing energy. I had almost infinite energy, but after the ordeals I went through, it had nearly diminished completely when I was 3 galaxies away from the Milky Way, the system voiced out. Gustav looked ahead and noticed the weird wavy fluctuations in front. It covered their entire line of sight, and when the system tried to turn around so it could make a turn around it, the system was suddenly pulled in against its will. Within was the turbulence of energy that the system explained came from a dying star. The system had to make use of a lot of energy to surpass that, and eventually sacrificed its part of itself to gain energy. The system kept going and eventually managed to surpass that area, but it was already on its last energy supply. Parasite program has been activated. Scanning for suitable life forms. Gustav noticed these notifications in its line of sight, just like it used to be when using the system. The problem was that the system energy storage had been damaged in the process, so it wouldn't store any energy, which meant it would eventually run out of energy and shut down, which was why it activated this program. Gustav didn't know that it would have been unable to absorb any energy for an upgrade without the system being within a person. This was also when he realized that what he considers upgrades weren't actually upgrades. They were only returning the system back to its original power. Chapter 279, MBO Final Test, Phase comes to a finish. Gustav watched as the system made its way across the galaxies towards the Milky Way. Another notification rang out once again the moment it arrived above Earth. Suitable life form located. Swoosh. It dived down into the Earth's stratosphere, using what was left of its energy to bypass Earth's infiltration security system. It dived down across the dark of night, and beneath was a lit-up metropolitan city. Gustav watched as the system closed in on a mountain range within a forest where a boy standing at the edge of a cliff could be seen. Suitable life form spotted. Bang! The glowing silver ball slammed into the mountain, having it in the process. Charuyamum. It shrunk into a small glowing red light and flew into the mouth of the unconscious blonde-haired kid who was falling from the mountain. So this was how you found me, Gustav voiced out with a look of contemplation as his vision returned back to normal. He could see the inside of the tent again. The footage didn't feel like a footage. It felt more like he lived through that experience. 500 years, Gustav couldn't even begin to imagine how lonely that would feel for a person to experience. However, the system wasn't a person, so he didn't think it was affected by that. What exactly are you, and how are you able to grant me abilities? Gustav asked. It's part of my program as a parasitic creature. I need to find that place, the system replied without going into detail. Where were you going? Gustav asked. You'll find out the day after tomorrow. My program currently has a quest pending for you, the system replied. A quest? What quest? Gustav asked, but the system didn't reply. He called out to the system repeatedly, but it didn't bother trying to reply. It finally went back to ignoring Gustav. So, a quest. It definitely has to do with the place it was looking for, Gustav said internally. I guess I just have to be patient till the day after tomorrow, Gustav stated internally as he began to analyze everything he had seen today. Everything that had happened since the beginning of the MBO test phase was very much unexpected. Gustav didn't think he would get so many rewards and also nearly meet his end here. This was a more practical place for him to put his abilities to use, since he hardly used every bit of his power. He had never displayed all of his abilities before in a battle, but here he had to do that more than once. Currently, it was almost midnight, and the rest also arrived back. They had managed to acquire a few grandstones during their 6-hour search. Gustav was unbothered about the issue of grandstones. He didn't have so many with him, but he remembered the number of points he already amassed, so he decided not to sweat. Instead, he spent the rest of the time channeling his bloodline and analyzing his current strength. I still don't know how to use Yarki. I don't have enough information about the system. I don't know how the quest it's preparing will clash with my goals. Too many unknowns. Gustav had a lot on his mind. Hey, Gustav, let's have dinner together. Angie arrived in front of his tent and called out. Is this everything you have to report from the time you spent there? Within the room where the higher-ups gathered, Great Commander Shin asked Gradier Xanatus, who was currently standing on the opposite side of the table. Yes, Great Commander, Gradier Xanatus stated with a look of certainty. It would seem the research team sent there didn't conduct a proper investigation, leading to this blunder. Great Commander Shin's voice suddenly became very deep, and the entire atmosphere was plunged into silence. They knew that whenever he started talking like this, it meant he was already pissed off. The other commanders who were against sending an officer to the ruins shrunk back in fear. Great Commander Shin wasn't one to forget situations like this, so they knew he would definitely find a suitable punishment for them later. Had the other 4 been here, some of you would have lost your rank already, Great Commander Shin voiced out. He didn't need to mention names, since those who were against it knew themselves. Great Commander Shin sighed in relief before leaning against his chair. Who knew the energy that was lost 50 years back had already grown a sentience and empowered a being that hated Earthlings, Grand Commander Shin stated. According to your report, had this thing been successful in hatching its power level, would it have shot straight past the serial rank? Great Commander Shin asked. Yes, according to what I sensed, this is so. It made use of the crystal energy to achieve this. This is why there is barely any energy left within the crystal, Gradier Xanatus answered. If this is so, that means those candidates are saviors not only to themselves, but to the rest of the promising candidates participating in the final phase. Great Commander, Shin said with a pleased tone. We have to reward them properly, he added. By the side, the rest of the commanders nodded. No one dared to refute Great Commander Shin's statement after what had happened so far. Young Joe and Miss Amy were also sitting on opposite ends of each other. Young Joe had a smile of defeat on his face, while Miss Amy kept staring at him with an aloof expression. Amy, you have truly trained a talent. Great Commander Shin turned to face Miss Amy and voiced out. Miss Amy didn't respond to his words. Her poker face was still on. With this, the test phase comes to an end. I want every single candidate evacuated from the ruins and brought back to base in the next 30 minutes. I will have a talk with the other 4, so we can make plans to deal with the mess the research team caused. Great Commander Shin voiced out and stood to his feet. The other commanders also stood to their feet and gave a kind of military salute since this showed respect. All except Miss Amy. Even young Joe had to do it since he was literally a part of them. Miss Amy just stood to her feet and walked out along with Commander Shin. The rest of the commanders weren't surprised. She was well known for not giving a crap about anyone regardless of their standing. Young Joe watched as Miss Amy disappeared through the door with Commander Shin. She really ruined my plan, Hung Joe said internally. Let's see if I can get him to release some more detailed information. Hung Joe turned to stare at Gradier Xanatus, who was conversing with some other commanders. It was already midnight within the ruins. However, the participants were being guided out of the ruins by armed MBO officials. The test phase had officially come to an end now, so they were being transported to a safe lodge. Apart from MBO officials in uniforms, some officials were also equipped with some technological device that scanned each of the participants as they left through the entrance. More officials in laboratory outfits and research devices kept arriving within the ruins. Most of the participants wondered why there would be a need for all these, but only Gustav knew precisely why. Gustav arrived outside the ruins with Angie and the rest, where numerous aircraft could be seen. Finally, it ends, Gustav said internally with a sigh of relief. They had only spent 4 days within the ruins, but it felt way longer to a lot of people. Gustav, Angie, Falco, Maltada, and Glade, this way, please. An official dressed in orange and black uniform like the supervisors they met within the tower walked up to them while speaking. A special aircraft has been prepared for you 6, she said with a smile while gesturing at them and pointing towards a silver and blue-colored aircraft by the side. Angie and the others stared at each other in confusion, while Gustav wasted no time following behind her. Chapter 280. So the Demon Queen smiles. "A separate aircraft has been prepared for you 6, she said with a smile while gesturing at them and pointing towards a silver and blue-colored aircraft by the side. Angie and the others stared at each other in confusion, while Gustav wasted no time following behind her. The others followed after Gustav and went into the aircraft. The aircraft was smaller than the ones taking the rest of the participants, but it was more luxurious and less crowded since it was just the 6 of them. "To what do we owe this awesome treatment?" E voiced out with a delighted look as he sat behind Gustav. "Your deeds have been heard of by the higher-ups who took it upon themselves to prepare a better place for you to rest in the base," the female MBO officer explained. "Great Commander Shin asked me to also pass a message across to you 6. You have officially passed the MBO entrance test regardless of your scores or the number of stones you gathered. You will only be required to attend the enlistment ceremony," she added. This was when the others fully understood that the special treatment must be based on the rock creature's situation within the ruins. Glade started wondering why she was here since she didn't participate in the battle and proceeded to ask. The female MBO officer said her orders were to bring the 6 of them, herself included. "So, you're Gustav?" The female officer turned around to strike a conversation with Gustav. The latter was currently seated on the second chair towards the left. Why?" Gustav said while turning towards her. "You're just as they described you to be. I'm sure you'll make a fine officer in the future," she said with a smile. Gustav said with a look of suspicion. "Was I wrong about Gradier Xanatus? Did he mention something about my abilities?" Gustav stared at the female officer as he thought, trying to read her expression. "She knows nothing. This is just an expression of admiration," Gustav sighed in relief internally. "When will the enlistment ceremony be holding?" Gustav asked. "It will be held 2 weeks from now. After the participants who passed the entrance test have been announced today, they will be free to do whatever they want for 2 weeks. Most times, it is used to say goodbye to loved ones and prepare yourselves to leave home since the camp goes on for 4 years. After those 2 weeks have gone by, you all are required to arrive back here for the enlistment ceremony. After the enlistment ceremony, you all will be transported to the training camp." The female MBO officer explained lengthily. The 6 within the aircraft had looks of understanding after hearing that. It turned out they were exempted from the results announcement that would be held during the daytime since they had been given an automatic pass. Gustav scoffed internally at the MBO's act to hide what truly happened by indirectly isolating them. "They better have a good reward waiting," Gustav said internally as he stared at the monitor that showed footage of the places they were flying over. It was currently around 2 m, and they had been flying over a dark sandy area the whole time. However, Gustav could now see the outline of a brightly lit city in the distance. Gustav and the others asked questions about the city and were informed that this was not a city, but an MBO base of operations. It was located within the borders of 2 cities above the tallest mountain region on the Earth. Gustav's initial reaction and thoughts weren't wrong since it did look like a city. High-rise and technologically advanced-looking buildings, as well as strongholds, could be seen. A massive crystalline round structure could be seen floating above tens of thousands of feet above the base. The base had operatives moving around in troops even though it was midnight. It was as if sleep wasn't a thing here. There were no walls surrounding the base, but Gustav could guess that security measures have been put in place. Even if security measures weren't put in place, one would have to think twice before trying to attack an MBO base full of numerous powerful mixed bloods. The multiple aircraft carrying the mixed-blood candidates moved towards the public hangar area to land. The aircraft transporting Gustav and the others moved towards a private area where only a few operatives could be seen moving in. In a few, they could see a massive mansion in the distance, with a wide landing space behind it. The mansion was silver and green in color, with fences surrounding it and MBO scouts standing guard around it. It was among the most exotic buildings in the entire base. Gustav could see the outline of a familiar silhouette close to the landing spot as their aircraft descended. A small smile appeared on his face. Angie, who was sitting beside him all this time, had been wanting to strike a conversation during their journey here, but was feeling shy for a lot of reasons. She was about to say something when she saw the smile on his face. Huh! She followed his line of sight and noticed the person he was staring at within the monitor. Who is that? Angie wondered. But as they landed, she noticed it was a lady but couldn't see her facial features well. SHHHSSHHHH. The aircraft doors slid open, and everyone moved out of it. Who's that? Everyone besides Angie and Maltida wondered as they stared at the beautiful lady with ash-colored hair approaching. Gustav, Angie and Maltida recognized this lady. The female officer, who was their guide during the trip, had widened eyes upon noticing this lady. Demo, young miss, she bowed with respect as she voiced out. The rest, except for Angie, had looks of confusion, wondering who this lady was. Gustav walked forward with a smile and stood in front of her. Miss Amy, it's been a while, he voiced out. The officer who greeted earlier had widened eyes as she noticed the smile on Miss Amy's face. She's smiling. Just who is this kid? She wondered with a look of disbelief. Chapter 280, One Special Treatment. Hey, kid, Miss Amy voiced out and placed her palm on Gustav's left cheek. Gustav responded by placing his own palm on hers that was placed on his left cheek as he looked into her eyes. Just what is going on here? Why are they displaying so much affection for each other? Not just the female officer, but even the others behind were wondering the same thing. However, they were not as surprised as the female officer, since she knew who Miss Amy was. Angie knew Miss Amy was Gustav's teacher, but she had no idea that she was affiliated with the MBO. Even if she knew Miss Amy was Gustav's teacher, she was still jealous to see how close the two were. She wished to be the one Gustav stared at with so much admiration. You don't look surprised to see me, Miss Amy said as they started walking forward. Why would I be? After all, I had to find out from someone else that my beloved teacher is a part of the MBO, Gustav said with a wry smile. Oh, are you holding a grudge now? You also hid your true power from your so-called beloved teacher, Miss Amy said playfully with a light chuckle. Besides, I am not part of them. At least not anymore. Don't worry. I'll explain my relationship with the MBO later on. You also have a lot of explaining to do. Miss Amy paused as she said that and turned to stare at Gustav from head to toe. Are you still hurt? She asked with a tone of worry. No, I'm perfectly okay now, Gustav replied as he paused his footsteps to turn to the side. That was when he noticed that everyone was still behind. Are you guys not coming? Gustav asked with an uncomfortable look after noticing they had been standing and staring the whole time. Oh, yeah. Wry smiles appeared on their faces as they started walking forward also. The female, MBO officer, also moved forward along with them. Don't worry, Sasha. I'll handle it from here, Miss Amy said while leading the youngsters out of the landing area. Yes, ma'am. The female officer known as Sasha had a look of relief on her face as she left the premises. Meanwhile, Miss Amy led the kids into the luxurious mansion. Sasha, who had left, prayed that the other kids will not be misled by Miss Amy's affection towards Gustav and mistakenly piss her off. She had seen Miss Amy in action before, so she knew just how ruthless she could be. She was even surprised that Miss Amy knew her name. They entered the mansion, which only had 2 staff working within. They were both maintenance staff that kept the place clean. The kids found it surprising that there were no butlers. They knew luxurious places like this always had one, but then they remembered they were in one of the MBO bases. With that thought process in mind, they felt it was normal for things to be different from how they knew them to be. The mansion had different kinds of designs, and like painting and arts of battles pasted on some part of the walls. Luxurious rugs and carpets, as well as the chandeliers made from crystals hanged from different parts of the ceiling. Miss Amy showed them to the rooms they'll be sleeping in. In the meantime, she also explained to them that they only had to be here till after the result announcement, which would be held. After that, she mentioned that Great Commander Shin will be coming to meet them personally, and they would be able to go back to their various cities and homes for the next 2 weeks. After resting during the 2-week break, they were required to get back here. Gustav wanted to converse with Miss Amy since he had a lot of questions, but she told him to go rest like the others, that they could talk during daybreak. Gustav complied and went to bed with the others. The next morning, everyone woke up and freshened up. They hadn't really taken their baths in the last 4 days. The ruins had places with water supply, but who in their right minds will take a thorough bath knowing that they were in the jaws of danger, and every moment they spent letting their guard down is very dangerous. They finally took proper baths and freshened up. This wasn't happening here only. The other participants that were taken to a private lounge within the base also enjoyed the privilege of finally having a good night's rest and a clean bath after 4 whole days. After doing all this, the participants got dressed since convoys were waiting for them outside the residential building they were lodging in. They were taken to a place called the Arbitrary Coven, where the results would be displayed. While that was ongoing, Gustav and the others were having a nice breakfast along with Miss Amy. "Who knew you were such a good cook, man?" E.E. voiced out in delight as he downed a spoonful of food. Even Falco and Glade were surprised as they ate the food Gustav cooked. They hadn't expected someone who killed so easily to be this good at cooking. Only Angie and Maltada knew that he cooked, but this was the first time Angie was tasting his meal. Miss Amy and Maltada were the only ones who had enjoyed eaten Gustav dishes before. "This reminds me of my mother." E.E. smiled as he took another spoonful of food. Likewise, Angie and Falco voiced out together as they ate. I wonder what having a mother that cooks for you is supposed to feel like," Gustav said internally as he took one spoon after the other. Miss Amy turned to stare at him with a smile on her face and placed her left hand on his. It was almost like she could sense what he was thinking. Gustav smiled back and continued eating heartily. Of course, these details did not go unnoticed by the rest, but they all acted like they didn't see and continued eating with looks of delight and chatting. After the meal, everyone decided to contact their families about the good news of how they had passed. While Miss Amy called Gustav over to the second living room to talk. As this was going on, the participants in the Arbitrary Coven had gotten their verdict. The scoreboard was displayed, and they were able to see the top 100 from every city in the world. The scoreboard was divided into 300 places. Only the first 100 with the number of points they amassed were displayed. Cries of sorrow and joy filled the place, as some found themselves fortunate to be among the top 100, while others weren't so lucky. Those who didn't make it were escorted out of the premises immediately to be transported back to their cities, while the others stayed behind to listen to the information being passed across. Inside one of the living rooms within the mansion, Miss Amy and Gustav sat opposite each other. "Now, ask me what you want to know," Miss Amy said to Gustav. Chapter 282, Miss Amy's Backstory. Inside one of the living rooms within the mansion, Miss Amy and Gustav sat opposite each other. "Now, ask me what you want to know," Miss Amy said to Gustav. Gustav stared at her for a few seconds before replying. "I want to know who the real Miss Amy is. Tell me everything," Gustav voiced out as he placed his chin on his knuckles, which were being supported by his elbows that were placed on his thighs as he sat. "Of course, I can't tell you everything, but I will clear your doubts and make things less confusing," Miss Amy replied. Gustav nodded slightly in response as he waited for Miss Amy to start speaking. "But we're trading secrets, so I expect you to also reveal some things to me after I'm done," Miss Amy added. Gustav was already expecting this, and he didn't see any problem with letting Miss Amy know. She already knew he could use different kinds of abilities, so he only had to straighten a few more things out. By now, it was obvious that Miss Amy meant no harm, so trusting her wouldn't be a bad thing. "All right," Gustav responded. After Gustav gave affirmation, Miss Amy started to explain from somewhere close to the beginning. Miss Amy, narrating her story from when she was still a kid. She happened to awaken her bloodline since she was an infant, which was unseen and unheard of. She practically turned the cradle she was placed in into a tree. It grew leaves and branches. Amy was born into a prestigious military family that had a good standing in the MBO, so this was good news for her father. From that day, he decided that Amy would be a part of the MBO when she grew big enough. He started training Amy on how to use her bloodline from the age of 3. Not only was it forceful training, but whenever she failed to complete tasks, she would be dealt with mercilessly by her father. He was mostly concerned about his reputation and wanted Amy to do well so she could outshine all of her peers, which she eventually did. Amy grew to understand that society only cared about power and having a great bloodline. These two things determine how you were going to be addressed by others. Amy's mother was the only person she would always run to because she only had hate for her father, who was objectifying her. Her mother treated her nicely and always told her to grow up to be whatever she wanted, and she didn't have to play by the rules of everyone. Her mother always advised and comforted her while listening to all her worries and complaints. In her eyes, her mother was the only person who wasn't objectifying her and wanted her to truly live a happy and uncontrolled life. Her mother, who had a low bloodline, was treated like a pile of poop by the entire household, even when she managed to mother someone as talented as Amy. The only difference was after everyone found out Amy was a genius, the discrimination reduced. However, due to poor feeding and treatment over the past years, even though her mother was now being treated better, she fell ill. The maltreatment had nurtured a sickness inside her that was slowly taking her life away. Eventually, Amy's mother passed away. This broke Amy and made her hate bloodlines. As she grew up to be powerful, she turned cold and heartless to anyone with bloodline abilities. Miss Amy was said to hate mixed bloods, but the truth was, she only hated bloodlines and wished they didn't exist. She had read about how humans in the past were powerless and only had weaponry. She wished the world could be like that again without discrimination, but she didn't care anymore because her reason for caring was gone, so her hate was transferred to the mixed bloods who carried bloodlines. At the age of 11, she got enlisted into the MBO camp. She entered before she was done with the 4 years of training because, within that time, She had successfully completed lots of missions that were issued to cadets who were still undergoing training. She ended up being placed in a squad before those 4 years were up. Amy's bloodline was said to be B grade, which was a little common in the MBO, but she was stronger than others for some reason. Battle prowess, making use of her abilities, and dealing with opponents made her stand out. When Amy was 16 years of age, she became a captain of an emergency squad that got sent to different places to assist in battles when the situation had gotten out of hand. This was where Miss Amy earned the title Demon Queen. Miss Amy was totally ruthless in taking the enemies down and sacrificing her own subordinates to get the job done. She would sacrifice a teammate without batting an eyelid if it meant getting the job done, and she always did things in the most gruesome way possible. When tales of her deeds spread far and wide across the MBO, a fellow captain who happened to be more powerful than her at that time approached her with the intention of knocking some sense into her. Instead, he left with a broken skull. He had a grade bloodline and was even 2 levels above Miss Amy, yet she defeated him easily. The next one that came to try and do the same had his limbs uprooted by her. By the time she dealt with several of them, no one had bothered to try meddling in her affairs anymore. For some unknown reasons, the higher-ups also didn't take any measures. Other MBO officers only prayed to not be put in her squad. For up to 6 years, Miss Amy fought battles and successfully completed each and every single mission assigned to her by the MBO. However, the price paid in those 6 years was something the MBO finally decided to do something about. In those 6 years, Miss Amy had grown so powerful rapidly that even the higher-ups became worried. They also wondered if she was just a B grade. Other MBO officers apart from Miss Amy were also popular and well known for their feats and strength. However, Miss Amy's case was always a topic that put fear in the hearts of other MBO officers, making her a more discussed topic. The higher-ups called Miss Amy in and decided to try and put a leash on her free reign. Chapter 283, Mixed Blood Ranks. 3 out of the 5 great commanders were also present, along with an MBO officer named Mac Fraser. This man was hailed as the most powerful MBO officer. Amy had never even met him before since they were never in the same place at the same time. However, she had heard about him, and he had heard about her. Miss Amy listened to their restraining order and gave them all cold looks before raising her middle finger and heading for the door. Mac, restrain her. These were the next words she heard, coming from one of the great commanders. Sigh, what a drag. You called me all the way out here to deal with an ordinary alpha ranked, Mac Fraser voiced out with a look of boredom. Watch your tongue. She's no ordinary alpha, one of the great commanders voiced out. Mac Fraser yawned before standing to his feet, but the moment he did that, a loud blast occurred, and half of the building was blown away. When the dust in the air cleared, Mac was back on his seat, leaning his jaw on his fist with a more bored expression on his face than he had before. We didn't ask you to destroy the building, idiot. One of them voiced out again as they stared at the open space in front of them. Mission complete, there she is, Mac said while pointing at the ground in front. Miss Amy was lying on the ground unconscious. The 3 great commanders present nodded. As expected, even though she's really powerful, she's no match for him. These thoughts appeared in their minds as 2 officers moved over to pick Miss Amy up. Unexpectedly, they stopped when they were only a few feet away due to an invisible force pressing against them. Charuyamum. Purple-like aura covered Miss Amy as she floated upwards and opened her eyes to stare at Mac with a chilling gaze. Mac was shocked as his eyes widened and he stared at Miss Amy. She regained consciousness. No, she's not even injured. Smirk. She is the first to take my fist without getting injured in the slightest. Even though I only used a small fraction of my power, this might be fun, he thought. The higher-ups and great commanders present were extremely shocked. Why is she using a different power entirely from her original? They wondered. The entire environment was drowned in an unfathomable pressure, as both Mac and Amy dashed towards each other. SWE, SWE. Boom. The entire vicinity disintegrated the moment they came into contact with each other. Wait, Miss Amy has more than one bloodline, Gustav asked with a look of confusion as he cut into her narration. Yes, I have two bloodlines, which is the reason I'm this powerful with two B-grade bloodlines, Miss Amy confirmed. Gustav had widened eyes as he heard this. She hid it so well and never even made use of it even once when training me. Gustav had a look of amazement as he heard that. Also, Miss Amy is an alpha-ranked mixed blood and not a kilo-ranked, Gustav asked with astonishment. That was 3 years back. I improved a little after that, Miss Amy answered bluntly. She's practically at the pinnacle. Gustav remembered the bloodline ranks to be Zulu Serial Gilbert Marshall Falcon, Echo, Kilo, Delta Beta Alpha Beacon Evolver. Each rank had 4 steps. These were levels said to have been attained by the most powerful mixed bloods in the past who passed down this ranking. However, there were rumors that it didn't end here. 50% of mixed bloods in the entire world are unable to surpass the serial rank. 30% manage to make it to the Marshall and Falcon rank. A mixed blood would be known as a powerhouse if they managed to make it to this rank. Around 10% were able to make it to the Kilo and Delta rank, which were known to be among the powerful in the entire world. The mixed bloods that managed to reach this point were mostly in high places of authority. They weren't seen as normal people, neither were they normal people in society. Less than 1% of the mixed bloods in the entire world reached the alpha ranked, which was considered the pinnacle for all mixed bloods in this age. For hundreds of years, no one had been able to surpass this rank. Even the 5 great commanders were stuck in this rank along with Miss Amy. Only one person was an exception, and that was Mac Fraser, the only mixed blood in the last 500 years to make it to the Beacon rank. He was the most powerful mixed blood on the entire planet, and the number of battles he had lived through along with the successful missions and planet conquering added to his name, added to his fame. According to a lot of MBO officers, he had never had to throw another punch when battling with a person because it always ended up with an instant win. According to others, he didn't even need to act to defeat an opponent. Some exaggerated his strength and added that a single sneeze of his could part the oceans. The alpha rank was already godlike to others, but it was nothing compared to the Beacon rank. Hold on, Miss Amy is only around 25 years old, so how did she achieve this in such a short period? Gustav wondered as he stared at Miss Amy. So, Miss Amy, how did the fight with him end? Gustav decided to ask the most mind-boggling question. Since I'm still here, I obviously didn't lose, Miss Amy voiced out. So that means... Gustav's eyes widened slightly in astonishment, but Miss Amy interrupted before he could complete his statement. But he didn't lose either. We had to stop halfway since the base was getting destroyed each time we collided, Miss Amy added. So how is it that you are Kilo ranked right now, and how are you still affiliated with the MBO even if you're no longer a part of them? Gustav inquired with a confused expression. That's because we came to a kind of agreement. Great Commander SHION has arrived. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, the AI installed within the mansion made an announcement. Chapter 284, Rewards. That's because we came to a kind of agreement. Great Commander Shion has arrived. Before Miss Amy could complete her statement, the AI installed within the mansion made an announcement. Miss Amy paused her speech after hearing that before standing to her feet. We'll continue our chat later. It's time for you to meet one of the 5 great commanders, Miss Amy said towards Gustav while gesturing for him to follow her. They walked out of the second living room and arrived at the corridor that led to the luxurious stairway. From above, Gustav could see a man with white hair and beards sitting on a 3-seater sofa in the middle of a lineup of about 4 sofas. He had a rhombus-shaped green diamond in the middle of his forehead. He had 2 slanted eyes with a sharp and penetrating gaze. An aura of calmness and solemnity surrounded him as he sat on the sofa and stared at Gustav and Miss Amy, who was currently descending. He looked around the age of 60, but Gustav knew this man couldn't be less than the age of 100 years with his level of strength. It was quite normal to live up to the age of 200, and beyond so long as you are a powerful mixed blood. His military-like uniform was crystalline and silver in color, with royal blue stars plastered on his left chest area. The others had also heard when the AI announced the arrival of the Great Commander, so they also moved towards the main living room. They had tense looks as they arrived there and noticed Great Commander Shin sitting on the sofa comfortably. So this is a legendary Great Commander. They all had thoughts similar to this. Youngsters, please find a place to sit. We don't have all day, Great Commander Shin voiced out as he noticed that Falco, Angie, and Yi were still standing at different corners. After hearing that, they had embarrassed expressions on their faces as they found a spot to sit. They all avoided the chair he was sitting on and moved to other sofas in the living room. Gustav and Miss Amy also finished climbing down the stairs and found a place to sit. Gustav sat down opposite Commander Shin and secretly scrutinized him. He could sense the energy radiating from this man was not ordinary and also very powerful. On other planets, this man would be on the level of a planet conqueror. The system suddenly spoke in his mind. What's a planet conqueror? I mean, does it have something to do with conquering planets, or it's just a term for powerful figures? Gustav asked internally. Both. With the information I have, powerful figures such as himself would be capable of taking an entire planet on and successfully conquer them. Even in lots of galaxies, there aren't a lot of them on this level. The system explained. Oh, I see. And the Earth happens to have multiple mixed bloods on this level. This must be why the Earth has successfully conquered some planets. Gustav was reminded of the imprisoned Vindrulas. But how do you know this if your memory is incomplete? Gustav asked the system. My incomplete memories doesn't affect my knowledge of the universe. This was the system's last response to him before Great Commander Shin began speaking. I have witnessed your performances during the test phases and noticed the massive potential dwelling within each and every one of you present here, Great Commander Shin voiced out. The research team did not do a great job of surveying the ruins properly. They were unable to notice the danger that would have caused a massive death if not for you 5. We deeply appreciate the effort you 5 put into stopping the threat, Commander Shin said with a solemn voice filled with genuine gratitude. Sire, why am I among? I shouldn't be here, Glade voiced out with a conflicted look. She kept hearing Great Commander Shin say, 5 of you, which meant he was referring to just 5 of them being the heroes who saved the day. This made it obvious that she wasn't included since she didn't remember being of any help. We'll get to that, Commander Shin replied. First off, we will like for you to keep this blunder a secret, he added with squinted eyes. The five of them stared at each other in silence, and a look of contemplation after hearing that. In a few seconds, they nodded in response. All this time, Gustav never took his eyes off Great Commander Shin, who assumed Gustav also agreed to keep it a secret. Good. Secondly, for your meritorious deeds, we have rewards for you all, Grand Commander Shin added. The first is, you all are now special class cadets, he revealed. Wow, are you for real? E couldn't help but voice out. Great Commander Shin nodded in response with a light smile on his face. Yes. E jumped up in delight, while Angie, Maltida, and Falco had looks of excitement on their faces. Only Glade looked a bit sulky, since she didn't understand why she was also receiving such privilege. The second reward is that you all are going to be given the opportunity to pick up any supportive weaponry or gadget of your choice from the base arsenal store, Great Commander Shin added. They all became more excited as they heard that and looked forward to enjoying the privileges of being in a special class. Excuse me, Great Commander, but I already passed the special class test, Gustav, who was silent all this time, finally spoke. Doesn't that mean the first reward is irrelevant for me? He added with a calm look. He and Great Commander Shin exchanged eye contact at this point, and Gustav didn't even flinch in the slightest. He truly is just as I expected him to be. A smile appeared on Great Commander Shin's face as he said internally. You are correct. Great Commander Shin agreed with Gustav. Chapter 285. Making contact with the green rock. E was confused at this point, wondering how Gustav was already a special class but still participated in the test. The rest understood since they witnessed it themselves. Which is why we have prepared a special reward for you, Great Commander Shin added. Oh, Gustav voiced out with an intrigued look. Gustav Crimson, you have been granted the rank of a Kaiser, and your training years in the MBO camp have been shortened to 2 years. You will join one of the cadet squads as vice captain and go on low-ranked missions from time to time after your first 6 months of training. You are also entitled to the privileges of a special class, and more, Great Commander Shin listed out. When he was done, everyone except Miss Amy and Gustav himself had their eyes and mouth slightly open in surprise. Although they were surprised, they felt this was an appropriate reward for Gustav, since he was the one who actually battled the Vindrula. I refuse, Gustav voiced out with a look of disagreement. The entire place was plagued with silence once again, after hearing Gustav's statement. This time, their eyes widened more than before as they stared at Gustav with a shocked expression, wondering what he was thinking. The rewards are not promising enough. Gustav waved with a dismissive expression as he leaned against the chair. Miss Amy smiled internally as she heard Gustav speak. She hadn't said a word yet because she wasn't involved in the topic. She was only here as a witness and secretly to protect Gustav just in case. What else would you want then? Even Great Commander Shin was surprised, but he acted cool and asked. I want a favor added to that list, Gustav said while crossing his leg. I haven't agreed to keep the Caskia ruins incident a secret. I nearly lost my life there, along with many others. I also managed to end the existence of 2 dangerous creatures, one of which already killed countless others. This isn't enough, Gustav explained. I want you to owe me a favor that I can cash out on in the future, Gustav added. Great Commander Shin stared at Gustav with an expression of interest. This lad is quite the daring one. Even though he has Amy behind him, trying to negotiate with a great commander while using the incident as a kind of leverage is really rash. The confidence he carries is a little too much for his age, Great Commander Shin thought. He was really intrigued by Gustav's personality. Angie and Yi, along with the others, were about to tell Gustav not to be too rash and just accept the initial proposal. But before they could open their mouths, Commander Shin responded. "Okay, I agree," he said with a light smile. "Huh," they all voiced out with confusion once again. He agreed just like that. They had expected a different response. Still, Great Commander Shin just agreed to Gustav like that. "So long as it is within my power, whatever favor you ask of will be granted by me," he added. Gustav smirked and nodded. "Then we have a deal." Gustav was glad it worked out like he wanted. With this, he would have another assurance, but he decided he would only make use of that favor when he really needed it. Great Commander Shin said a few more things, including information on the MBO training camp, before coming to a conclusion. "Now I shall take my leave. Glade, come with me," Great Commander Shin voiced out before standing up to leave. Glade stood to her feet and followed Commander Shin. "Amy," Commander Shin voiced out while turning around to stare at her. "Your grandfather sends his greetings. He'll be arriving on Earth in a few days," he voiced out before walking out the door with Glade. Miss Amy frowned upon hearing that and kept staring at the door even after Great Commander Shin had left. The whole place was filled with excitement due to the rewards. While Gustav was intrigued about what he heard last, Miss Amy's grandfather, who is he? Gustav turned to stare at Miss Amy after hearing that. "Miss Amy," Gustav voiced out as he noticed her frown and her eyes that were still glued to the door. Miss Amy heard him and responded by standing to her feet. "Let's go somewhere. There's something I want to show you," she said while walking towards the door. Gustav followed Miss Amy to a part of the barricaded environment surrounding the mansion. It was a small storehouse beside the hangar area where aircraft were kept. SSHHSSHHH. The place opened up, and Miss Amy led Gustav past the bunch of mechanisms and gadgets arranged all across the place. They got to the end of the room, and what Gustav saw in his line of sight was a large greenish rock. It was so massive that it even reached the ceiling of the room. Xian. It glowed up the instant Gustav was 9 feet away from it. "This is exactly why I came here. I didn't even know that such a situation would happen during the final phase. Good thing I decided to come," Miss Amy said. I don't understand," Gustav was saying when a system notification appeared in his line of sight. His eyes widened slightly as he read through it. "So Gustav, tell me, what is your relationship with this rock, and why do I keep sensing your presence when I'm around it?" Miss Amy asked while staring at the rock. If she was looking at Gustav, she would have noticed his weird expression. Still, instead, her eyes were focused on the rock after noticing its glow as well as sensing Gustav's presence increasing even more than before. "I got this from that asshole young Joe, and I know it must be something phenomenal. However, he has not been able to figure out its secret and had even conducted numerous experiments trying to crack it open." Miss Amy paused her speech when she noticed Gustav moving closer to it. "What are you doing?" Miss Amy asked, but Gustav didn't respond. Gustav walked till the rock was right in front of him and placed his hand on it. Tiararuzen. The rock instantly lit up like a star, shining a blinding light across the vicinity. Chapter 286, Other Self. Gustav walked till the rock was right in front of him and placed his hand on it. Tiararuzen. The rock instantly lit up like a star, shining a blinding light across the vicinity. Miss Amy shut her eyes for an instant due to the suddenly blinding green light that spread across their surroundings. From above the base, it could be seen that the mansion was glowing immensely due to the brightness. Beep, 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 beep. Alarms went off all across the base as every mechanical equipment in the vicinity shut down for a few seconds. Everyone in the base looked towards the source of the bright green light that pierced into the sky like a giant spear. ZWWW. In a few seconds, it died down and disappeared. Still, it had already raised an alarm, so officials were headed towards the mansion with speed. They were all equipped with one weapon or the other, and the moment the light died down completely, 7 officials dashed into the storage room. They noticed Miss Amy standing in front, staring at them with a cold look. "What do you want?" she asked. Young miss, we noticed." Before the one in front could complete his sentence, Miss Amy interrupted. "Get out, I'm busy." This order wasn't repeated. The moment Miss Amy said this, every single one of them filed out. Those who were on their way here were stopped by those that Miss Amy sent out of the place. Once they knew Miss Amy was responsible, they didn't bother trying to investigate it. After they had all left, Miss Amy turned around to stare at Gustav, who was standing in front with his palms still placed on the rock. Krr Ryuk. Suddenly, cracks started to appear, all from Gustav's palm position to the other parts of the rock. Miss Amy was shocked by this occurrence once again. She knew just how many times young Joe had performed lots of experiments trying to split open the rock, but right before her eyes, Gustav only placed his hand on the rock for it to crack open. Blam! The rock burst apart into fragments, and a small dark red firefly-like glow could be seen floating above the spot where the rock formerly was. It flew to Gustav's face and floated around him. Not again," Gustav voiced out before opening his mouth. F-wuamum. The glow flew straight into his mouth, causing Gustav to display a slightly disgusted look. Gustav's eyes glowed crimson for a few seconds after that, before he returned back to normal. He stared at the fragments of green rock scattered across the place with a look of astonishment. "Now it's your turn to explain some things to me," Miss Amy voiced out from behind. Gustav smiled wryly as he turned around to face Miss Amy. "But Miss Amy hasn't completed her narration earlier," Gustav reminded. The both of them stared at each other for a bit before Miss Amy broke the silence. "We have to leave here first. Grab your things. We're going back to Plankton City," Miss Amy said before turning around. Gustav, too, started walking forward, but then he remembered something and turned back around. He stared at the rock fragments on the ground and squatted. Zing, 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 zing. He placed every single one of them into his storage device before heading out. "Did you finish the merge?" Gustav asked internally as he arrived within the room he slept in. "Merge is complete. I am currently retrieving my full set of memories." The system replied Gustav. Gustav nodded in response with a look of contemplation. He quickly moved into the mansion and started preparing to leave. Angie, Maltida, Glade, and Falco also prepared themselves to leave and be with their family for the next 2 weeks before they would return here. In about an hour, everyone was set to leave. A private aircraft had been prepared for them to leave, and everyone boarded it, including Miss Amy. EE was the only one who lived in a different city among them, so he had to join the aircraft that was returning the participants from his city. While they were on the flight back home, Gustav sat by himself with a contemplative expression. Who knew that Miss Amy would be the one to find your other self? And she got it from the man, young Joe, Gustav thought. Back in the storage room, Gustav had received a notification from the system the moment he closed in on the stone. Fragment of the system found. Host is required to make contact with the rock to commence system merge. When Gustav first saw these notifications, he was confused at first, but he remembered the system mentioning that it had to sacrifice a part of itself to save up energy to get to this galaxy. Gustav only thought it shut down that part of itself or absorbed it to gain more energy. He didn't know that the system actually meant that it disengaged a part of itself. The system explained to him that this part of itself was also lost in space and probably drifted aimlessly. Since it wasn't active, it must have landed on this planet by coincidence. How the rock covered it up was unknown. However, it had helped hide the signature energy of the system, which was why it could not locate its other half. However, it also helped because sensors would have been able to pick it up the moment it was exposed without a host, since it wasn't functional. "Gustav, what was that light?" Angie asked from the side of the aircraft. "Miss Amy was showing me a technique and ended up using too much power," Gustav answered instantly with a dismissive expression. Angie stared at Miss Amy from her seating position with a look of understanding. She totally bought what Gustav said after finding out that Miss Amy was a part of the MBO. "What are you gonna do in the next 2 weeks?" Angie asked again with an inquisitive look. "Nothing much. Just pack my items and get ready to move out, I guess," Gustav replied without much thought. "Oh, okay. Would you?" Angie muttered with a shy look. "Would I what?" Gustav asked with a look of confusion. "Would you like to go out with me on one of these days?" Angie asked while staring at Gustav with a shy look and reddened cheeks. Chapter 287, Homecoming. "Would you like to go out with me on one of these days?" Angie asked while staring at Gustav with a shy look and reddened cheeks. You mean like a date?" Gustav asked bluntly. Angie's cheek reddened even more as she heard that. Duh, date, not L. She repeatedly stammered while trying to connected words together, but she was failing miserably at it. At this moment, her cheeks could be mistaken for tomatoes. "All right, I agree," Gustav answered. Angie immediately stopped her jabbering after hearing that and turned her face away with speed to stare at the other side. "But not this week. Next week will not be bad," Gustav added. "It's okay," Angie muttered in reply. Even though a viable look of delight and excitement could be seen on her face, internally, her heart was pounding so fast that she thought it would come out of her chest. "He said yes." Angie turned to stare at Glade, who on the other side was giving her a thumbs up. "How is it going?" Gustav asked internally. "Retrieval process is still ongoing." The system replied. "Shouldn't you be more worried about your date?" The system teased with its little girl voice, turning thinner and cuter. "That is the least of my concerns right now. Too many other important things to worry about," Gustav responded seriously. "Ha, I forgot you were a robot. You're more of a system than I am. You will remain a virgin forever." The system responded with this and stopped talking as a whole. "Gustav, this damn thing is cursing me again." About 30 minutes later, they arrived at Plankton City's International Airport. As expected, the airport was crowded with lots of people, but the spot they landed, in particular, was reserved so people could hardly be seen around there. This was where Glade, Falco, and Maltida said their goodbyes, since their families came to pick them in this particular area. From the look of things, a man with a long white horn and greenish skin came alone to pick Glade, while convoys of cars came to pick Falco and Maltida up. Both were from prestigious families in the cities, so they were treasured even more now that they had successfully gotten enlisted into the MBO. The people from each family who arrived with the convoy had plans of approaching Gustav with the intention of forming a bridge. Nonetheless, the moment they saw Miss Amy, they changed their minds and scurried away with both of them. Miss Amy already had her bike brought over, so she drove Gustav and Angie out of the airport. Gustav was once again glad to see the familiar-looking city as they traveled through the roads even. He stared at the massive buildings and the sidewalks with the teleportation circles that made trekking faster, and then the massive spatial rings in different corners of the road, with vehicles streaming in and out of them. He knew he wouldn't be staying for long in the city, so he wanted to enjoy the view this time. He never liked society, but he couldn't deny that he would miss the beautiful city. Breaking news, breaking news. The successful candidates from the MBO entrance test have been revealed. These are the top 100 candidates from Plankton City. Gustav Crimson, the rising star, tops the worldwide ranking boards. The successful candidates have arrived back in the city. We have footages of. All over the city, media outlets were all sharing similar news. Some skyscrapers displayed footage of some events that went down during the test phase, and also the included performances of the first 100 that managed to get enlisted. Gustav was mostly being mentioned because not only did he get the highest number of points among the top 100, but he was also the highest among all the candidates that passed in the entire world. He had become a hot topic, not only in the city, but also in other civilized parts of the world. Big families were having meetings at the moment to think of a way of forming a bond with him. If not for Miss Amy driving extremely fast, ready to hit anyone that tried to stand in her way, Gustav and Angie would have been detained in the airport by reporters who had gotten tipped at the time of arrival. In a few minutes, they arrived in front of Gustav's apartment, where Angie's parents were already waiting for them. Her parents' eyes turned teary the moment they saw their daughter, and went to hug her when she got down from Miss Amy's hoverbike. The entire neighborhood had come out of their houses to welcome them, and everywhere erupted with excitement. Miss Amy didn't stay long. She left after telling Gustav what time they were going to meet the next day. Gustav could not get away from all the greetings and chatting for the next 1 hour, since everyone was excited to see the star of the entrance test. Girls in the neighborhood were all on him, trying to get in his good graces. Even their parents were pushing them more. They had no idea that Gustav only saw them as nuisances, no matter how beautiful they were. Angie also didn't stay put in one place. Whenever any girl was trying to hit on Gustav, she would appear. After 2 hours had gone by, Gustav finally got the chance to leave the ongoing neighborhood celebration. He arrived in front of his apartment. So, this is how these popular celebrity figures feel. Gustav sighed as he noticed everything that was placed in front of his door. Pink letters with lipsticks, along with flowers of different kinds, could be seen in front of his door. Good thing the MBO camp is very far from here. Gustav thanked the stars that he would be leaving the city 2 weeks from now. He couldn't imagine having to live like this. SSHHSSHHH. He opened his door and walked into his apartment. It was only 2 weeks, but it felt like he had been away for longer. The dust particles that settled on different spots of the living room also made it look like that. Memories successfully recovered. The moment Gustav was about to start cleaning, he noticed this notification in his line of sight. Chapter 288, The System for Shadows. Memories successfully recovered. The moment Gustav was about to start cleaning, he noticed this notification in his line of sight. Gustav proceeded to sit somewhere and speak to the system. "You've recovered them," Gustav asked as he sat on the sofa that was currently covered with a cloth. "Yes, all my memories have been recovered," the system replied, "as well as all my computerized data of the universe and my full energy." The system added. Gustav's eyes squinted as he responded. "So, where did you come from?" he asked. Before Gustav could reply, A system notification appeared in his line of sight. Initiating inner space creation. Gustav's line of sight suddenly turned whitish as his eyes glowed crimson. His mind was pulled into another place, and he found himself in a wide hall. The hall was immensely large and wide. The beginning and the end could not be seen, but there seemed to be spots that had different kinds of things placed around. Far behind, Gustav could see pillars of different sizes. But these pillars weren't really pillars. They were actually rectangular in shape and transparent. Some reddish liquid was stored within these pillars. Every pillar had pints of these reddish liquids stored in a lined-up format. To the left, Gustav could see things like shelves lined up in rows and columns. These shelves had scroll-like objects placed within them. He looked forward and started walking towards the massive reddish crystal floating in midair. A short girl with a unicorn-like horn in the middle of her forehead, sporting long pinkish hair, could be seen walking towards him from up ahead. She was clad in a long, whitish, glowing gown. The gown was so long that it swept across the floors as she walked forward. She looked to be around 12 years of age with her small stature, but her eyes looked extremely sharp as she gazed at Gustav. Gustav stopped in front of her and asked, "Where did you bring me?" He asked with a look of astonishment as he looked around him. "Do you know who I am?" she asked. "Obviously a virtual representation of the system. I'm not that dumb," Gustav answered with a dismissive look. "What makes you think this is virtual?" the system asked with a slightly repressed look as she moved closer to Gustav. Gustav was at least 2 heads taller than her, so she had to look up to stare at his face. "What part of all this screams reality?" Gustav said while making gestures at the insurmountable number of pillars, shelves, and reddish crystal floating in midair. The system pouted and swung out her left foot towards Gustav's right leg. Bam! "Ow!" Gustav exclaimed with a slight look of pain as he stared at her. "Why did you do that?" he proceeded to ask with a tone of annoyance. "Oh, so you felt it. Do you still think this is just virtual?" she asked. Gustav left eyebrows raised slightly as he stared at her. "You're in my personal space that also contains my core. I have recovered all my energy, so I can draw your mind here anytime we want to have a personal conversation," the system stated. "So, do you mind telling me everything now?" Gustav asked. "No," the system replied bluntly. "What? Why?" Gustav exclaimed with a look of dissatisfaction. "My installed protocols prevent me from disclosing some information," the system replied. "I'll only tell you what I can. For the rest, I'll reveal them through quests," the system added. Gustav's face shone understanding as he heard that and asked, "So how about revealing what you can firstly?" 2 chairs appeared behind both of them, and the system gestured for Gustav to sit. "I am a computerized digital creature that was created with the purpose of containing the secrets of the universe. And something else. Anything more than that, I can't say," the system voiced out. "But you haven't said anything," Gustav said with a weird look. "All I can add is, there isn't much time left, so you have to become strong very fast for what is to come. I will issue you 2 quests tomorrow. These quests have to be completed within the time frame required, and it will give you an idea of the direction that will lead to the predestined path," the system said with a profound look. "Sigh, all these, and you still haven't said anything," Gustav shook his head as he sighed. "You will have to be patient. With time, everything will be revealed," the system said. "One thing I can say for sure now is, you should prepare yourself to leave Earth in a few years," the system added. For that to happen, I'll need to be in a squad within the MBO that gets sent on intergalactic missions," Gustav said with a contemplative expression. "You should start working towards that," the system voiced out before. "ZRR room." Gustav's line of sight turned white as his mind was pulled out of the space. Gustav found himself staring at his room again. His eyes were squinted as he dwelled on the system's words. Instead of revealing everything, it only made me more intrigued. I wasn't even able to ask about what it was looking for. Gustav sighed with a slightly disappointed look. Gustav remembered the expression on the system's face as it spoke to him earlier. That already is a sign that whatever mission it was onto is something. Dangerous on a very serious level, Gustav thought as he stood up with a serious look on his face. "Whatever it is, I will make my decision when I cross that bridge," he thought as he started cleaning up his apartment. Gustav spent about 2 hours making sure everywhere was clean. When he was done, it was night already. "I hope those guys have been working hard," Gustav voiced as he went to take a shower. After he was done, he clothed himself and stepped out of his apartment. The instant Gustav arrived downstairs, he could see 2 buff men waiting for him in front. "Boss!" Both of them shouted out at the same time as they approached Gustav with a respectful look. Chapter 289, Side Story. 6 weeks ago. Breaking news. We have received degrading footage concerning the disciplinary staff of the biggest school in Plankton City, Echelon Academy. From an anonymous source, this footage happens to display the students being sexually assaulted along with other forms of assault and verbal abuse. Viewers' discretion advised. Another footage includes the confession to a conspiracy involving these same disciplinary staff. According to the information we received, the school's kitchen that caused the death of 5 was orchestrated by them. The Koyun family have threatened to destroy the school after seeing their beloved 3rd daughter being assaulted on the footage. The Echelon Academy is currently undergoing intense investigation. The 4 high school disciplinary teachers have been carted away by the police. Other forces are oppressing the police force to relinquish these 4 to them. Gustav, who was currently on his way back home, stared at the news displayed on different city screens. Several news stations were currently reporting the current incidents, and Echelon Academy happened to be the hottest topic on the news at the moment. Gustav smiled as he watched the 4 disciplinary teachers being dragged away like criminals. Due to the current situation, the school had been shut down in the meantime, so the students were urged to return back home. The school's shutdown was why Gustav was heading back home at the moment, even though it was still morning. He had successfully framed each and every one of the 4 disciplinary committee members and sent footages to the media concerning this. Miss Amy assisted him in this aspect. She gave him the contact of a media personality and helped them meet. Not only were they framed for these crimes in school, but he also added the confession of Ebenaluwa to it. He wanted to put them in a sticky situation first before adding the issue of the kitchen fire, so their reputation would have already taken a blow. Then, when the kitchen fire situation is added, their credibility when they try to defend themselves would be at an all-time low. Again, an expected scenario was where Maltada's family threatened to shut down the entire school because she was involved. Other big families also came out to say they were going to withdraw their kids from Echelon Academy after seeing proof of what went down. Of course, the 4 had tried denying all the accusations, but then the footage had been inspected properly, and no signs of unoriginality were found. In other words, these 4 were already doomed. The police force brought in Eben as well for questioning, and had him make the confession again. The disciplinary teachers tried to deny never meeting him, but then phone calls were retrieved. The police had technology that could also retrieve months-old conversations on the phone between parties. They made use of this, and everything was uncovered. The whole situation turned messy as the four were unable to deny any of the crimes they were confronted with anymore, even the one they were framed with. Gustav arrived home later and waited for the verdict of these four along with Ebon. He finally got a holographic TV to watch the news. The next morning, he had a smile on his face as he watched the 5 of them being carted away in prisoners' outfits. "I bet this isn't how it's gonna end," Gustav said internally as he saw them being taken away in convoys. Afterwards, the media called out Echelon Academy for firing and smearing the reputation of Boss Danzo. This had proven that he was innocent and framed. The media had tried to find out the disciplinary committee's reason for doing this. Still, they were only informed that Boss Danzo refused one of their requests, and it ended up that way. This way, Boss Danzo had regained his reputation. Gustav quickly made use of the contact Boss Danzo had given him to call. In a few seconds, the call was picked. "Hey, son," Boss Danzo's merry voice was heard from the other end. Gustav hadn't heard Boss Danzo's voice for roughly a month, so he felt relieved now that he had finally solved the issue. He wanted to make sure the situation was resolved before contacting him. "Boss Danzo, have you seen the latest news in Plankton City?" Gustav proceeded to ask. What's happening?" Boss Danzo asked with an intrigued tone. He was no longer in Plankton City, so he had no idea about things that went down there. "Check for news on Plankton City," Gustav stated. Boss Danzo would have to tune into a worldwide news station to figure out what was happening. "Oh my name has been cleared," Boss Danzo voiced out from the other end with a tone of disbelief. Gustav smiled as he heard Boss Danzo speak. "How did this? Don't tell me you did something," Boss Danzo asked. "Doesn't matter. What matters is now you can come back," Gustav replied with a wider smile. I'm very glad about this. It's good, really good news and much appreciated, my boy." Boss Danzo didn't ask how he did it because he knew Gustav was tight-lipped. "But I hope you didn't suffer any troubles while trying to clear my name. Also, are you fine?" Boss Danz asked if with a worried tone. No, I'm perfectly okay," Gustav voiced out as he recalled the beating he dished out to Ebenalawa. "He should worry more about those involved," Gustav said internally. He knew Boss Danzo wasn't the violent type, so he tried solving this in the most non-violent way possible. Ebenalawa's torture session was absolutely necessary. However, if something happened afterwards, he wouldn't be involved anymore. "So, when are you coming back?" Gustav proceeded to ask. "About that, I will not be coming back any time soon, my boy," Boss Danzo replied with a slightly saddened tone. "Oh, why?" Gustav asked with a low tone as his excitement slowly died down. "I'm currently dealing with something over here. It will take some time before I am done, but don't worry. One of these days we'll see each other again," Boss Danzo voiced out heartily. Gustav felt a little down hearing that, but he responded with okay. Chapter 290, Side Story, 1-2. "I heard about the upcoming entrance test phase. I'm sure you're working towards it." Boss Danzo and Gustav continued on the call for about 20 minutes, catching up on different things before they ended the call. Boss Danzo reminded Gustav to keep watch of his granddaughter once he got into the MBO training camp before the call ended. Gustav laid on his bed with a smile on his face. Although Boss Danzo wouldn't be returning yet, he was glad that he had solved the situation. "Maltada really let me do that for the sake of being my partner in the MBO. I need to give her the benefit of the doubt because no other girl would be willing to do that," Gustav thought as he stood up and proceeded to go complete his tasks for the day. In her household, Matilda sat close to the window side and stared out through the window. "I hope he acknowledges my sacrifice for him," she said internally, while placing her hand on her left chest area with a look on her face. "I've pulled some strings behind the scenes to make sure those four get more punishment." The next day, after performing his daily tasks, Gustav tuned into the news. Another breaking news was being displayed. After the disciplinary teachers and Ebon were given a sentence, they were to be transported to a maximum security prison on various charges. While on the way, the vehicles carrying them were hijacked by unknown assailants, and they were all abducted. These unknown assailants laid waste to the squad transporting them and smoothly completed the abduction operation. Everyone already suspected that this must be the doing of one of the big families who didn't want them to get off with just imprisonment. Surprisingly, Maltada's family threatened the police to make sure they found those assailants. This made people question if they were truly the ones that abducted them or not. Gustav already concluded that they had to be the ones. He felt the threat was just a way to cover up their tracks and reduce the suspicion people would feel towards them. "Now they will suffer a fate worse than death," Gustav smiled as he thought. He knew just how brutal these big families were when it comes to handling situations that affected their image or any one of their members. He knew that he would have found himself in this same situation had it been proven that he was the cause for Hung Joe's current predicament. Gustav sighed in relief as he moved to his reading chair to check some things on his holographic computer. "It's time I started making plans on how to handle the situation of the neighborhood after my departure," Gustav said internally as he started checking things on the internet. Side story 2. A week went by in a flash, and during this time, the whole incident had died down. The disciplinary committee members were nowhere to be found, even after the police force had searched far and wide. Echelon Academy later reopened after giving a formal apology to everyone involved, especially Boss Dan's and Maltada. All the staffs of Echelon Academy were to undergo reevaluation according to the government to be sure that the others were in their right minds. Of course, Miss Amy excluded herself, and no one was able to do anything about that. From that day onwards, the teachers minded the way they interacted with the students, and cameras were now placed in the offices to monitor their activities. The mixed bloods that used to be discriminated against due to low bloodlines were no longer on the receiving end of bullying like before. Even when it happened, the teachers will interfere since they were being monitored 24/7. They wanted to make sure they looked responsible at all times for fear of losing their jobs. At this time, only 3 weeks were left before the start of the much-anticipated MBO entrance exams. Gustav had already thought of a way to handle the problem of his absence. He decided to make a kind of night guard agency that will specialize in keeping the neighborhood safe while he was away. The money would be generated from the people living in the neighborhood, and from there, he would pay his workers. At this point in time, he was searching for mixed-blood recruits that had reached the serial rank to work for him. Gustav knew it was impossible to find youngsters at this level, so he knew only fully grown mixed-bloods that could no longer increase their ranks would be interested. Gustav used the internet to place ads on different sites and waited for feedback. While this was ongoing, Gustav didn't neglect his training with Miss Amy. Neither did he stop infiltrating the border. On this particular day, Gustav had successfully gotten all his stats beyond 50 points. He got an exponential increase in strength overall the moment he got to this point. Gustav infiltrated the border again and decided to visit one of the places he hadn't checked out yet. After traversing through some parts of the dense forest area, he came across a sloppy area that extended upward with small stones packed together in a bunch, placed on different parts. These small stones had green bushes surrounding them. Gustav found it a little weird because not only were these stones packed together in a bunch all around the place, but there was also no vegetation beside the green bushes surrounding the stones for the next 2 miles. This area was void of trees and plain grass, and it kept extending upwards. Gustav walked in the midst of these stones and even activated God eyes to check them out. Still, he noticed nothing out of the ordinary. Gustav kept walking through their midst for several minutes, checking some of them out while skipping the rest. "So, there's nothing here," Gustav said internally as he arrived at the top of the slope and could still see nothing besides these bunch of stones scattered all across the place. Gustav was about to go back and head towards another place in the border when he thought of something. "I haven't seen a single mixed breed around here. Neither could I find one around the route that led here on my way to this place." As he came to this realization, he thought, that means this is the territory of a powerful one. How does the map not have a red dot here? He had discovered this a bit too late because just as he wanted to leave, the ground started to vibrate. VRRRHHIE. Chapter 290, One Side Story 2. He had discovered this a bit too late because just as he wanted to leave, the ground started vibrating. VRRRHHIE. "Ha!" Gustav exclaimed as he noticed the ground started to split open in different places. Sprint has been activated. Gustav activated Sprint and dashed towards the forest area about 3,000 feet away. He noticed that the ground was not only vibrating, but it also elevated, so he wasn't interested in staying around to see what would happen next. Because, instinctively, he knew it was definitely going to be something he couldn't handle. Gustav was right by running in the opposite direction, because at this moment, his senses warned him of immense danger. As he dashed across the place, dodging the pile of stones placed on the ground in different spots, the ground behind him was splitting up in lines like they were chasing after him. The moment he was close to reaching the forest of trees up ahead, the head of a massive creature burst forth from underneath the ground. The creature's head was rhombus-like in shape, whitish in color, with one massive eyeball in the middle of its head and another massive eyeball underneath its large mouth that happened to be in the middle of both eyes. Its head was full of weird, wriggling whisker-like things that protruded out of its skin. As it shot out of the ground, the weird stones that were in a bunch around the place could be seen glued to its massive body that was like that of a snake. Its body skin was gray in color, and those bunch of stones were not actual stones. Instead, they were a part of its skin. The tip of these bunch of stone-like things opened up, and fumes of green gases oozed out of it. The creature was so massive that it would only need a single lunge to arrive before Gustav. Gustav only turned around to stare at it for an instant. In that instant, he scrutinized the creature's features and turned back around to run at full speed. "I can't win against that," Gustav said internally as he activated combination. Sprint plus dash. ZWW whoosh. An airstreak was cut across the place as Gustav's body dashed through the forest of tall trees with immense speed. The creature stared in the direction of the forest as it noticed dust forming a long trail. Its two massive black eyes squinted as it opened its massive mouth that was in between. SWWEI. The creature who had obviously noticed Gustav delved downwards towards his position. GHREI, GHREI, GHREI. Trees were uprooted from the ground as its head smashed into them while they moved. In almost an instant, it arrived behind Gustav, who had already gotten quite a distance away earlier. Luckily, Gustav had already predicted this, so he was already descending. Viaruwu. Gustav's body descended, causing the creature to miss him as its body kept extending forward and was only a few centimeters above Gustav. Gustav noticed one of the pointy bunches of the stone-like objects on the creature's body, slashing towards him from ahead. The creature was still moving forward due to missing Gustav, but this stone-like object was heading towards Gustav, who was lying on the ground with immense speed. Grab. Gustav reached out and grabbed the rock as it arrived before him. Swoosh. He was lifted into the air, along with the large snake-like creature who started turning its snaky body around after missing Gustav. Gustav was lifted far into the air as the creature straightened its body to stare at the forest region again. A trail of destruction had already been left in its wake. From above, it could be seen that lots of trees had been separated from the ground, leaving a lot of space within the forest. The creature noticed Gustav holding onto its body through one of those bunch of pointy-like stones. Fwumum. Green fumes of smoke shot out of the holes at the tip of the stone-like things on its body. The entire forest was suddenly covered in green smoke. Gustav hadn't expected this. The moment the smoke was shot out, it covered his entire body and forcefully penetrated his nostrils. Toxin immunity has been overridden. Host body functions has been paralyzed. Gustav lost control of his body as the smoke infiltrated every nook and cranny of his insides. He tried holding on, but he couldn't. His fingers slipped from the stone-like objects, and he fell. Woon. His body descended from the sky at fast speed, with no signs of movement. Swee. The snake-like creature twirled its body around with fast speed and dashed towards Gustav's descending body with its mouth wide open. Just as Gustav's body was only a few inches from being gobbled up, a red flash of light suddenly appeared out of thin air above Gustav. The light formed a pair of red wings as a man putting on a mask emerged from it and grabbed Gustav, who was still falling through the air. He pulled Gustav into the light, and they disappeared together. Paralysis will wear off in 10 seconds. Gustav saw this notification the instant his sight cleared up. He noticed he was now in another part of the borders with a masked man. The masked man was about 7 feet tall, clad in a long black cloak that covered the upper part of his body completely. His boots were also black in color. His entire frame was dark, and he looked quite menacing. Even the glow that surrounded him was a dark red one. "So, you finally revealed yourself," Gustav voiced out while still lying on the ground. The man squatted in front of Gustav and stared at him. "You must have inhaled that gas, which means you'll be paralyzed for the next 12 hours. Are you not even scared of what I might do to you?" he said with a husky and low tone. "Nah, you have been watching since. If you wanted to do something to me, you'd have done that already," Gustav replied without a tone of worry. You are one weird kid, I'll say," the man proceeded to ask before standing back up. "So, what did you want? Why have you been watching me? Who are you?" Gustav asked in quick successions while standing to his feet. "What? You've regained control of your body already?" the man asked with a tone of surprise. Chapter 292, The Masked Man Revelation, Side Story 2. "So, what did you want? Why have you been watching me? Who are you?" Gustav asked in quick successions while standing to his feet. "You've regained control of your body already?" the man asked with a tone of surprise. Gustav shrugged off his surprised exclamations and asked again, "Who are you?" "I should be asking the same question, kiddo." His eyes suddenly turned fierce. "You shouldn't be here. Someone on your level of strength should not be able to get into this place," he voiced out suspiciously. Gustav stared back at him, That mask already proves that you also shouldn't be here. This means you want your existence to remain unknown. But as for me, I don't really care because the situation can be handled even if someone figured me out. So, who are you? Gustav asked without a hint of fear written on his face. So, this is the thanks I get for saving you, the man voiced out as he turned around. I do appreciate your assistance, but I don't like being watched. Certainly, you have a motive for being here, as do I, Gustav replied. Are you not in the least bit scared that my motive for being here is evil and disastrous? The masked man asked again. It wouldn't really matter to me unless it clashed with my motives, but if you truly were having evil intentions, then why save me? Gustav voiced out. Out of interest, I may be intrigued. There can be so many reasons for that, the masked man replied. That's a load of bullshit right there. Anyways, are you gonna answer me or what? Gustav asked with a solemn tone. A low sigh escaped from the masked man's mouth as he walked towards the tree up ahead and leaned his back against it. All right, kiddo, I will mention a few things to you, and afterwards I expect you to give me a response too, the masked man voiced out. The masked man proceeded to tell Gustav that he had been on a mission within the border for the past 1 month. He mentioned that he was tasked with observing something by a mercenary organization. There is a device that I am meant to locate that was lost within the borders of your city, he concluded with this. A device, Gustav voiced out with a contemplative expression. A small explosion occurred within an aircraft that was passing over here some time ago, and that device happened to fall out of it. Its last known location was within the borders, he explained. What does it look like? Gustav asked. Tap Troyan. The masked man tapped his left sleeve area, and a holographic projection of a cylindrical-shaped item appeared above his arm. This cylindrical-shaped item looked similar to old-age batteries, but it was yellowish at the top and had a pyramid-shaped head. So what does that have to do with why you have been watching me? Gustav asked. I initially thought you were sent by an opposing organization since, according to the client, he wouldn't be the only one looking for the device. He said if others caught wind of it, they will also arrive here searching for it, and clashes would happen, he explained. After watching you for some time, I realized that your only purpose of coming here was to murder the mixed breeds and take their power, he added while observing Gustav's expression. Yes, I know about your multiple abilities. I have seen you use them, he voiced out with a tone of astonishment. I still wonder how a person like you exists, making use of different abilities, he said with bafflement. What do you intend on doing with that information? Who else knows? Gustav asked. He didn't look worried as one would expect. This was because Gustav was aware that the man must have been watching, so there was no way he'd hide his abilities and risk ending up getting killed by the mixed breeds he was battling. If I were to have told anyone, you wouldn't have a moment of peace. The world will come for you knowing that there's a kid that can take the abilities of others and use them as his. Not only are you a threat, but you could also be a weapon if they figured out your secret, the masked man stated. For some reason, you don't seem to want this. Gustav had read the way the man spoke and figured that he wasn't after all that. Yes, I don't because I have something else in mind, but first off, tell me why you always come here. I don't think it's just to kill the low-level mixed breeds, the masked man asked. I don't know if you have noticed that mixed breeds go beyond the border, into the territory of living humans on the other side, Gustav asked. I did notice you battling one the other time. Are you saying it's not normal that they wander beyond the border? The masked man asked. Gustav nodded slightly in response. I have been tasked with finding the reason for that. They are not supposed to be able to go beyond the border, And whenever they do, they disrupt the lives of the humans living in the neighborhood on the other end. It is my job to prevent that, Gustav explained. The masked man's eyes, now, had a gaze of understanding after hearing that. How about this? Let's help each other. I noticed that you have a map of this place. I am missing one. We could divide the places searched. You'll go to the less dangerous places while I'll visit the dangerous ones. Time is of the essence, so I have to find this device as soon as possible, and you also need to find whatever is causing this problem. After the masked man finished speaking, he stretched out his hand for a handshake. Well, I have nothing to lose, Gustav said internally as he stretched out his hand to receive the handshake. For now. That was how they both collaborated to investigate the situation within the border. Gustav shared the map with the masked man, and the masked man shared the holographic projection of the device. Chapter 293, Following the Residual Energy, Side Story 2. Gustav shared the map with the masked man, and the masked man shared the holographic projection of the device. From that day, they started working together to investigate the border. They shared communication devices, so when something happened, they'd be able to inform each other. At the end of the day, they decompile observations. Gustav didn't inform Miss Amy about this collaboration. Instead, he investigated the mercenary agency the masked man was sent from himself. The agency was called Cloudbeaks, and they were pretty popular in the southern Lantern City, which was on another continent. This broadened Gustav's horizons as he was able to figure out that there were also private agencies that dealt with the situation of mixed bloods and mixed breeds apart from the MBO. These agencies were mostly sought out by those who could not contact the MBO for their issues, and those who had illegal issues to deal with. Gustav also figured out that it wasn't only through the MBO that a person could leave the planet. There were other means, too, involving these private agencies. In the next 3 days, they were starting to make progress on Gustav's part, but not so much on the masked man's side of the investigation. Gustav was able to trace residual energy that caused the opening of one side of the border, which gave another mixed breed the opportunity to escape. Gustav asked the masked man to deal with the mixed breed that was given a chance to escape while he traced the energy. The problem was the energy disappeared without a trace before he was able to pinpoint the exact location. However, he was able to pinpoint a part of the border that the energy came from. This part was where he had to investigate to find out what exactly was causing these occurrences. Gustav investigated that particular environment for almost an entire day and found nothing out of the ordinary. It was only a small forest area with a pointy mountain in between. The mountain wasn't very tall, but it was very pointy and couldn't be climbed due to that. The trees in the area surrounded it like they were guarding it. Even the masked man had to show up and assist him in the investigation since he didn't make any progress, but he also didn't find anything out of the ordinary. I just have to wait till it opens up the border again, Gustav said internally as he sat beside the pointy rock. Another part of the border has been opened again. The masked man voiced out the instant Gustav sat down. What? I didn't even sense anything, Gustav voiced out as he jumped to his feet. The border was about 700 kilometers from this area, which would still take Gustav a significant amount of time to travel. Extraterrestrial. A dark red glow appeared around the masked man as he grabbed hold of Gustav and leaped up. Extraterrestrial. They immediately found themselves several hundred meters in the air, dashing towards the border with immense speed in midair. In a few seconds, they were closing in on the border in the air, and Gustav could already see 12 feet large greenish-looking scorpion going through a hole that had been created within the border. God eyes have been activated. Gustav immediately activated God eyes and stared at that part of the border. His line of sight suddenly changed color as living things around him turned purple and red. I can see it, Gustav voiced out as he noticed some blue line streaks retracting at fast speed away from the border. These stakes were moving underground, which was why the masked man couldn't see it. He stared at Gustav's green and scarlet glowing eyes and understood that he was using one of his powers to see something that he couldn't. It's moving very fast. I won't be able to chase after it with my current speed, Gustav voiced out as he watched the energy move at a very fast speed. Normally, the masked man would go after the mixed breed, so Gustav would chase the energy and see where it's headed before all traces of it were erased again. However, the problem was Gustav wouldn't be able to give a proper chase. "Are you ready?" the masked man asked. "Ready for what?" Gustav responded with a confused tone, but there was no response. The masked man used his left hand to shoot out red streams of energy, which formed a long line ahead. At this point, their momentum was coming to an end, and they were already descending from the air. The masked man held Gustav with both hands and flung him towards the line he conjured in midair. Fwumum. Gustav's body ascended once again, while that of the masked man descended. The instant Gustav's body made contact with the red line, his body pulled the red line backwards for about a second like it was made of rubber before he was catapulted forward with intense speed. Vrargan, swing. Gustav's body was propelled forward by the red line, which later disappeared from midair after sending him forward. The masked man had gone after the mixed breed that escaped through the opening at this moment. At the same time, Gustav kept his eyes on the ground to watch the streaks of energy as his body traveled across the air. His body flying through the air was keeping up with the speed at which the energy was retracting, but he hadn't thought about how he was going to land. Fwumum. In a few more seconds, they arrived back at the suspected area again, and the streaks of energy slowed down a bit as it moved underneath the ground in between the roots of the trees. Gustav's body was already descending at this point, but the stake of energy was still moving fast towards the east side of the large pointy mountain in between. SWE. Gustav activated enlargement and grabbed hold of the branch of a tree as he descended. The branch of the tree snapped in half due to his fast descending speed, but Gustav was able to land without causing himself any form of injury after breaking the fall. Swoosh. He dashed forward with immense speed after combining both dash and sprint to chase after the residual energy. However, in a few seconds of moving, the energy disappeared once again without any trace. SHHHSSHH. Gustav paused his movement as he arrived on the east side of the pointy rock, where trees could be seen everywhere. Gustav stared forward. "This time I will get you," he stated as he moved forward. He stopped in front of a line-up of 6 trees and started circling around them. Although Gustav was unable to compete with the speed of retraction, he still used God eyes to zoom in his sight, so he was able to see where the residual energy had disappeared without a trace. And that just happened to be beneath the ground around where these 6 trees were located. "You need to get over here." Gustav touched the small button on the side of his ear as he spoke. A blasting sound rang in Gustav's ears before he got a response. "I'm on my way." Chapter 294, Uprooting the Tree, Side Story 2. "You need to get over here." Gustav touched the small button on the side of his ear as he spoke. A blasting sound rang in Gustav's ears before he got a response. "I'm on my way." As the line got cut off, Gustav decided to check out the area while waiting for the masked man to arrive. God Eyes was still activated, so he looked around the area, checking out the ground and the trees, but he couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. The trees were just trees, and the ground had nothing like an energy source hidden under, since that was what was being displayed to him by God Eyes. FWUM. A loud wind-slashing sound reverberated across the area, causing Gustav to stare upwards. From the northeastern side, a red line could be seen moving across the sky at net-breaking speed. Wind blew across the place as the red line descended towards Gustav's position. Bam! The masked man landed in front of Gustav, causing the wind to blow his hair backwards a bit. Over here, this area is where the traces of those streaks of energy disappeared, Gustav said, while walking around the 6 trees and making gestures towards them. The masked man also observed the area just like Gustav, and after a few seconds he spoke. "I don't sense anything, Eth. Oh wait, I think I sense something now." His eyes squinted as he moved around the 6 trees. It's very faint, barely noticeable, and it reduces by the second. The masked man could tell that if he wasn't this close to the trees, he wouldn't even be able to sense anything. They had also investigated this area yesterday, but couldn't find anything. So, he guessed this must be because the energy just retracted, so it left extremely faint traces that would disintegrate completely in a few seconds. "Move away," the masked man said to Gustav as he stood between the 3rd and 4th tree. Gustav did, as he was told, and distanced himself from the area a bit. The dark red energy covering the masked man suddenly surged intensely, dyeing the entire vicinity with a shade of dark red. Viaruamum. A massive surge of red waves suddenly burst forth from his figure. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. 4 trees in the surroundings were instantly blasted apart, causing the space around him to get cleared. However, the waves were still bursting forth from his body towards the surroundings. Gustav had to further distance himself from the area. Just as the waves were about to slam into the 5th tree, a silver-colored barrier suddenly appeared around it, protecting it from the waves. Bang, 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 bangs, bang. The waves kept causing the destruction of more trees in the surroundings before they disappeared. Around the masked man was an almost empty space within the forest of trees. A radius of over 700 feet was cleared of trees and vegetation, except for a single tree standing in the midst of this newfound wilderness. The masked man and Gustav moved forward and stood in front and behind this tree that looked no different from the ones obliterated earlier. "Whatever is causing the border disturbance must be disguising as this tree," Gustav said as he stretched out his hand to touch the tree. His hand wasn't repressed by any force like he expected. "It seems that whatever caused this will prevent any harm from befalling this tree. If one approaches with no nefarious intentions, it won't prevent contact," Gustav figured as he tried punching the tree, but got blocked by a barrier that suddenly appeared between his fist and the tree. "How do I uproot this? There's no way I can let it remain here since it's the source of the border's disturbance," Gustav muttered with a look of contemplation. "Atomic disintegration," Gustav thought as he contemplated on the amount of energy that would be spent to disintegrate enough atoms that the barrier contains for him to phase through. No, I will spend too much energy and end up being weakened. Let me try this instead." Gustav stretched out his hand to touch the tree. "What are you doing?" the masked man asked with a look of suspicion. He was also trying to reach for the tree, but he was being prevented. "I want to try something," Gustav said as he suddenly clenched the tree tightly, causing his fingers to dig into the surface of its barks. Gustav had disguised his intentions, and causing the tree not to put up its defenses when he reached out for it. At the moment, he was pulling the tree with as much strength as he could muster, with his fingers digging even more into the tree. The masked man was surprised, because even he could not make contact with the tree, even when he also tried disguising his intentions like Gustav. What he didn't know was, Gustav's ability to shapeshift had played a huge role in this. He moved over to help Gustav, but just as he arrived behind him, the tree blasted out silver-like energy, causing Gustav to be blown backwards. Bam! Gustav slammed into the masked man, who grabbed hold of him and slid back by a few inches. "Don't worry, I'll handle it," he said while letting Gustav down. "I thought you couldn't break through it earlier," Gustav said while turning to the side to stare at the masked man. "I was only probing it earlier. Now that we've pinpointed the exact one, it won't be a problem to knock it down," the masked man replied while stretching out his right hand. Shhrrrian, boom. A massive wave of red energy shot out of his arm towards the tree. Truian. The barrier appeared again, protecting the tree from the blast. However, the massive energy blast was still being shot out in waves. Gustav watched with a look of astonishment as cracks began to appear around the barrier. Kkrrriak. I never really pondered on it, but this person happens to be more powerful than I thought, Gustav said internally as he watched the barrier get completely obliterated in a few seconds. Bang! The red waves slammed into the tree, causing it to be blasted aside. The masked man finally stopped shooting out these waves after destroying the tree. Shhhhh. Dust and wood debris swam across the air for a few seconds, reducing the visuality of the environment. When all these settled, a large object could be seen in the former position of the tree. The masked man and Gustav's eyes widened a bit as they stared at the object in front. Chapter 295, Red Shadow Clash with the Vamp Wit Chapter, Side Story 2. When all the debris settled, a large object could be seen in the former position of the tree. The masked man and Gustav's eyes widened a bit as they stared at the object in front. It was about 3 feet in length, cylindrical shaped with a pyramid-shaped tip and yellowish frame. Gustav and the masked man moved closer to observe it at a closer angle. "Isn't this the device you were searching for?" Gustav muttered as they closed in on it. "It is. Looks like it got activated while being here, but I wasn't given any information about it being capable of doing any of these," the masked man said as he squatted slightly and placed his hand on the device. Some silver snake-like electric arcs were still moving across the body, but they had no effect on the masked man even when he placed his hand on it. "Something doesn't add up," Gustav said internally before asking, "How long did you say this has been missing?" "It's been over 3 months," the masked man replied. "Not up to a year or longer?" Gustav asked. "According to the client who issued the mission, it hasn't been that long," the masked man replied before pulling the device from the ground. "The neighborhood has been experiencing this situation for a way longer period than the device has been lost. So how is it responsible for the opening of the border?" Gustav wondered with a contemplative expression. "Hey, come see this," the masked man called for Gustav while staring at the hole created on the ground from blasting the tree away. The hole wasn't very visible before, but after the masked man moved the device, rays of sunlight penetrated it, making the space underneath visible. Gustav moved a few feet forward and squatted on the other side of the hole. What is that?" Gustav asked with a confounded expression. They could see a metallic-looking stage-like object underneath the ground. It had steps on all sides, and it extended beyond how far they could see underneath the ground. In its middle, there was a pointed red pole. Just what is that thing? Gustav wondered out loud. It was structured in a way that didn't make sense to him, so he had no idea what he was looking at. Whatever that thing is, it must have been drawing power from the device which is used in opening the border at specific times, the masked man voiced out. Gustav also figured that this must have been the case. Either way, this means our Kala. Before the masked man could complete his sentence, he suddenly sensed something and squinted his eyes. F-wuamum. He suddenly grabbed hold of Gustav in one hand and the device in the other as he jumped backwards. Boom! A loud explosion resounded at their previous position as smoke and fire spread across the place. SSHHHHSSSHHH. Luckily, Gustav and the masked man were able to escape the explosion as they found themselves several hundred feet behind their initial position. They were still even sliding backwards due to the masked man's immense speed. As expected of the Red Shadow, not only did you manage to dodge my surprise attack, but you also protected the kid and the merchandise. Your reputation truly precedes you. A loud feminine voice could be heard coming from within the explosion. A feminine stature in a black combat uniform and brown helmet walked out of the flames like it was nothing. But you're right where I want you, she voiced out next. Before the masked man could wrap his head around that, a yellowish streak, the size of a thumb shot through his left arm from behind. Splurt, plop. His entire left arm was severed from his shoulder, causing the device to fall along with it. Gustav's eyes widened as he saw blood splatter across the place. I couldn't even sense it, neither could I sense her presence before she appeared. Ugh! The masked man voiced out in pain as he let go of Gustav and used his right hand to grab hold of his left shoulder. A trap! She was here from the start, and I was unable to sense her. His eyes turned fierce as he stared at the feminine stature approaching. Vamp witch, he muttered. Thank you for getting the T-67 device for me. I'll be taking that off your hands now. Oops, my bad, you only have a single hand now, she voiced out while stylishly walking forward without a care in the world. The masked man quickly grabbed hold of the device with his right hand as he stood upright with speed. Blood was still oozing out of his severed arm like a fountain, but he totally ignored it. Run! He shouted out as he turned around with Gustav as his right leg tapped on the ground, creating a red light in the form of a pair of red wings up front. However, before Gustav could move 2 feet forward, she arrived in front of him with an outstretched hand. I know you still have some fight in you even with just a single arm, and I don't want to go through the trouble, so I'll just hold this kid a hostage instead, she voiced out as she reached to grab Gustav. Too fast, it would be impossible to dodge, Gustav said internally, but still tried to dodge. Size manipulation has been activated. Gustav suddenly shrank in size and became half of his original height, causing him to easily dodge her arm and keep running forward. The feminine figure was surprised for an instant, but she quickly regained her composure and went after Gustav again. The masked man had arrived in front of the red pair of wings, but when he noticed the feminine figure closing in on Gustav, he threw the device into the light within the pair of wings and dashed backwards. F-whoosh. He arrived in front of the feminine figure and grabbed hold of Gustav before jumping backwards, but the feminine figure did not give up pursuit this time for an instant. Go! He shouted out as he threw Gustav into the light within the pair of wings. Bam! Before the masked man could go in, she slammed into him, sending him tumbling towards the side. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. He slammed into several trees, toppling them in the process. The feminine figure had already dashed towards the pair of wings, but before she could arrive in front, Trugan, it disappeared. Where did you send them? She asked with a condescending tone as she dashed towards the masked man. Fuamam. She instantly arrived before him, and a battle started. Tiararuzen. Gustav found himself outside the border after being thrown into the light and landed before a massive tree. Chapter 296, end of side story 2. Gustav found himself outside the border after being thrown into the light and landed before a massive tree. A small cut had appeared on his forehead, and blood was oozing down his nostrils. Gustav jumped to his feet and looked around him. He noticed he was back in the sparse forest behind the neighborhood. The border was thousands of meters behind him. He quickly grabbed the device and started running in the opposite direction of the border. Miss Amy, I need your help. Gustav quickly got in touch with Miss Amy through a call while running towards the neighborhood area. In several minutes, Miss Amy arrived before Gustav, who hid in a particular area close to the neighborhood area. Gustav narrated the current predicament in a few seconds, and Miss Amy got a small gist of the situation. They went through the border to look for the masked man known as the Red Shadow. Miss Amy took Gustav along with her. She didn't think he would be a bother because she was confident in dealing with the situation even with his presence. Unfortunately, even though they searched far and wide across the border, they couldn't find Red Shadow and the one known as Vamp Witch. There were obvious signs of battle in the place. Gustav and Red Shadow found the device, but both their presences were nowhere to be found within the border. Trees were snapped in half and uprooted. Massive craters and crumbled highlands showed visible signs of battle, yet no presence of mixed bloods could be found. Miss Amy searched the other side of the border also, but it ended up making no difference. Even after rounding up the place for hours, it was still the same result. Miss Amy and Gustav settled at the location of the battle and checked out the device. Miss Amy scrutinized the device properly. I can't say I know what this thing is precisely, but it does look like a key, Miss Amy said to Gustav as she held onto the 3-feet-long cylindrical-shaped devices. A key to what? Gustav asked. No idea, but it seems pretty powerful to have been powering up whatever was responsible for the opening of the border, Miss Amy said as she walked towards the hole created from blasting away the tree, disguising the device earlier. She squatted in front of it and stared at the unknown platform underneath the ground. Just what is this thing? Miss Amy muttered underneath her breath. She dropped the device in her hand to the ground and started making some calls. Doesn't this mean I've solved the neighborhood issue? Gustav said internally. He would have been celebrating this since it was good news, but he was bothered about the fact that the Red Shadow might have sacrificed his life for this. He felt no one or nothing was worth sacrificing life over, especially not in this shitty world. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. If I ever see him again, I'll repay today's favor, Gustav said internally. Miss Amy called in a squad who proceeded to take the device away with the purpose of investigation. Some part of the squad stayed behind to dig open the ground and reveal what was underneath. Miss Amy later returned Gustav back home and promised to give him feedback on the situation, as well as updates about Red Shadow if she figured anything out later. The days went by in a flash, and Miss Amy gave Gustav some information. The structure found underneath the ground was a kind of machine that had run out of power some months back. It was the cause of the border opening up at specific times, but when it ran out of power, the T-67 device fell to that area by coincidence and ended up powering the device back up again. Miss Amy said they hadn't still discovered how the machine got there or the purpose of the T-67 device, but they were still investigating. Also, there was still no information on the Red Shadow. It wasn't until a week later that Miss Amy finally discovered the location of the Red Shadow agent. He was found to be alive, but in a crippling condition. Gustav figured it was because of the battle, but it was said that he would be okay in a bit, so Gustav later stopped worrying. After the Red Shadow recovery, the whole situation was no longer in Gustav's hands. It was now the Red Shadow and Miss Amy's business, i.e., how they would handle the T-67 device. Gustav decided to focus on his own situation. He had gotten feedbacks from the ads he placed on the internet about a job, but then the neighborhood situation had been solved. Mixed breeds would no longer appear in the neighborhood, so Gustav had to think of a new purpose for the agency he was going to create. The labs and restaurants still need the flesh of mixed breeds, and there are still lots of them within the border. A smile appeared on Gustav's face as a new idea came to his mind. Gustav thought of creating a hunting agency first off. I only need to get weapons and some drugs for safety assurance, since I already have the means to get through the border, Gustav thought. He still had the map that marked out dangerous spots within the border. Nevertheless, he remembered that some dangerous places might not be marked out, just like how he had encountered that massive serpentine mixed breed. Gustav decided to task himself with marking out such dangerous and unknown spots himself with the help of Miss Amy before creating the agency. The border was massive, and at least 50,000 mixed breeds lived within, so Gustav doubted that they would run out of mixed breeds to hunt. The next weeks before the start of the MBO entrance test were spent training, and preparations were made for the starting of this hunting agency. Gustav decided to name it the Crimson Hunting Agency. This was the first place he inputted the money he had been gathering all this time. End of Side Story 2, *. Chapter 297, Side Story 3. Months back, the neighboring cities in Plankton City had a school exchange event. After it ended, all schools returned back to their cities. Echelon Academy happened to be among the schools, along with Black Rock schools. They returned together, since they happened to be from the same city. Unfortunately, the journey was not going to be as smooth as they had thought. It was still early, around 8 in the morning, when they finally got to the outskirts of Atrahia City, which happened to be where the event was hosted. On the route they took, a sudden explosion suddenly happened in front, causing road devastation. The vehicles transporting the students had to stop midway, seeing the destruction happening in front. It was an unexpected and unbelievable sight of destruction. The route they were supposed to take had been destroyed, but that wasn't a problem since the vehicles floated above the air. However, the increase in the temperature from the explosion was no small thing. There were no fireworks like seen in the movies or footage. This was happening right in front of them, and immediately panic erupted. A convoy of about 16 military-like vehicles, as well as an aircraft, moved over. The military-like vehicles surrounded the 4 school hover buses transporting the students. Figures dressed in red combat wear and masks stepped out of the vehicles armed with advanced weaponry. "Step out of the vehicles," one of them shouted out as they pointed these weapons at the vehicles. The teachers within the hover buses were shocked. It was obvious these weren't military personnel, neither did they look like they were here for the purpose of performing good deeds. "Ruckus, chatter, ruckus, ruckus. Everyone stay in. Drive, make sure the doors remain locked. Whoever these men are, they won't shoot at you kids." The teacher within the bus Gustav was boarding voiced out to calm the panic within the vehicle. "Doesn't seem that way to me." Gustav observed the line of these figures as he thought. Just like here, in other vehicles, the teachers were trying to calm the minds of the students while also telling the drivers to make sure the doors were tightly locked. Amongst the figures pointing their weapons at the vehicle, a bald, bulky man with a long scar extending from his left cheek to his neck as he walked forward. He was the only one among the figures that didn't use a helmet. The rest had their faces covered, and they were even some that were still in the vehicles. "Step out of the vehicles, or my men will open fire," he voiced out as he stood in the middle of the 4 hover buses. "Stay in. There's no need to fear. They dare not open fire. The authorities must be on their way now," the teachers assured the students within, but in the next moment. "Fire!" the bald man shouted out. Bang, bangs, bang, bang, bangs, bang. The figures immediately opened fire and started bombarding the 4 vehicles with intense shots. Red and purple beams were shot out repeatedly, causing the hover buses to vibrate intensely. The teachers and the students within panicked. Luckily, the buses were built with a strong protective covering that prevented the fire of these weapons from penetrating. All the teachers within the buses were mixed bloods. However, they weren't very powerful, so they felt it would be foolish for them to go against this unknown gang that they had no idea about. The bombardment went on for some seconds, but when the bald man noticed that they were starting to spend too much time, he finally decided to act. He raised both his arms upwards, and his body started glowing a bright blue light. SSSHRRRHHHH. Dark clouds began to gather from above. TRRHIC. A big lightning bolt descended from above and landed on his figure. SSHHRRKK. His entire frame was now coated in lightning arcs. The students watched with astonished looks as he clasped his palms together, causing 4 big circular lightning orbs to appear around him. He sent those lightning orbs out, and they went ahead to float above the 4 hover buses, 1 each. BRREFK. These lightning orbs discharged a kind of blast of electricity on the buses, causing their entire frame to be consumed by electric arcs. SSHHHHSSSHHH. In the next moment, the doors of the hover buses opened up of their own accord. The drivers were unable to close them up because they had lost control. "Get them out," the bald man commanded, and all the figures ran forward towards the buses. In a few seconds, the students and the teachers were rounded up by the gang. They had been brought out by force, and the teachers refrained from trying to go against them in fear that they might harm the students. "What do you want?" one of the teachers asked. "We have what we want already. You future problems are coming with us, hee-hee," the bald man voiced out as he beckoned for the aircraft to land. This aircraft was big enough to contain them, all even though they were up to 200 in number. "We're not going anywhere with you," one of the students shouted out. "Yeah, we ain't going anywhere with you lots," another one also voiced out. "There's only around 50 of them." "Yeah, we can take them." "Let us do this." "Yeah." The entire place erupted in chaos in an instant as the first person who voiced out caused the rest to also wake up. Zwoosh, zwoosh. In an instant, attacks were flying in every direction as the students dashed forward to engage the gang. Bang, bangs, boom, bam. As the place erupted in chaos, the teachers also had no choice but to act and decided to attack the bald man who seemed like the boss. Unfortunately, it all ended in about a minute. The students, regardless of their massive numbers, were struck down fiercely by the gang. These figures were already well trained in combat, so all the attacks from the students seemed like child's play to them. Only a few of them were knocked down, but they still managed to keep the situation under control. Bang! A student was shot in the chest, and a huge hole appeared where his heart used to be. Gasp. This action shook everyone, and the students' confidence was shattered. These made it easier for them to be beaten and rounded up. The MBO later arrived since this was a situation regarding mixed bloods. However, the students and the teachers had been taken as their hostage, so they were unable to get close to the site since they didn't want to rile them up. Why is he naked? The bald man said while pointing at one of his men that were also taken down during the assault. This particular one had already been burnt beyond recognition. However, what baffled them was the fact that he was naked. The bald man suddenly sensed something and turned around, but it was too late. Boom, booms, 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 boom. 12 of those military-like vehicles suddenly exploded. The entire vicinity was suddenly dyed in bright red fire, causing everyone to be dumbfounded as they wondered what was happening. Chapter 298, Causing Disorientation, Side Story 3. The entire vicinity was suddenly dyed in bright red fire, causing everyone to be dumbfounded as they wondered what was happening. What's going on? The bald man voiced out with a surprised look. The whole place became disoriented in an instant. Some of the gang members in these vehicles that just exploded had been blasted to smithereens due to having no idea that this was about to happen. The bald man looked around with a suspicious gaze. Little did he know that this wasn't the end. Boom, booms, boom, boom. The rest of the convoy vehicles exploded one after the other, leaving no working land vehicle on scene. The only vehicle left now was the aircraft, which was very incapable of transporting everyone, the gang included. Fortunately for the gang, some of them caught wind of the situation early and left the convoy vehicles before the last explosion, so there was still many of the gang members left. Find whoever is responsible, the bald man shouted out as he looked around with a dark face. He could already tell that this wasn't the work of the MBO or any authority, because they wouldn't risk the lives of the kids just to blow up their vehicles. He felt they were probably dealing with someone who didn't give a damn and just wanted to cripple their transportation access, which he saw as a disadvantage since he couldn't use any of the students' life to threaten the person to back down. The armed gang moved out and looked around the place for any suspicious figure. Those with bloodlines related to Vision made use of them, but even after searching for minutes, they couldn't find who was responsible for this situation. The teachers and students wondered who was responsible for this. Just like the gang, they were clueless except for a few of them. Where's Gustav? Angie and Maltida wondered as they looked around the place, observing the faces of the students one after the other. They had been searching for him since they came out of the hover buses, but hadn't spotted him once since that time. Sweat was already forming on Angie's forehead, as she hoped that the thoughts coming to her mind at this moment weren't true. However, she couldn't help but think about the possibility, since she knew just how daring Gustav is. The gang leader already suspected that there might be someone disguising among them, so he ordered for everyone to open up their helmets so he could see their faces. But even after doing that, there was nothing amiss. The gang members wore their helmets back and proceeded to keep looking for the culprit. One of the gang members with a helmet on his head also approached the leader from behind. "Chief, come see this," he said with an urgent tone. He had a rather raspy voice. The bald man quickly followed behind him towards the northeastern side of the vicinity. A small hole could be seen in the ground. "What am I looking at?" the bald man asked. "Don't you see it, Chief? You have to move closer," the gang member with a raspy voice proposed. The bald man moved closer just as the gang member proposed. However, just as he did, the gang member came up behind him. SWWWHI. A syringe filled with purplish liquid appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it forward at a fast speed towards the neck of the bald man. It was extremely fast. However, just as it was only a few inches away from penetrating his neck, the bald man suddenly turned around and grabbed the gang member's hand. His eyes had a hint of cruelty as he stared at the gang member in front of him. "So you're the one responsible," he said with a solemn tone as he squeezed the wrist of the gang member tightly. Bone-popping sounds began to ring out as he slowly raised the gang member's hand up while squeezing. HNNNGGGH. Muffled sounds of pain could be heard from underneath the helmet as the gang member tried freeing himself from the bald's man grip, but it was proving difficult. He threw out his left fist towards the bald's man face. However, the bald man caught his fist with ease and started twisting his arm towards the side. The bald man separated both the gang member's arms and raised his leg. Bam! He landed a kick right in the chest area of the gang member, sending him flying backwards. His chest caved in as bone-cracking sounds rang out before he landed on the ground and slid backwards for a few feet. SHHHSSHH. Chafe, chafe, chafe. Tap, tap, tap. The gang members behind came running and surrounding the gang member that tried revolting in the blink of an eye. About 15 of them pointed their weapons at the gang member, while 3 lifted him up forcefully before placing him on his knees before the bald man. The bald man was currently in possession of the syringe filled with purplish liquid. He held it up and scrutinized it with a suspicious gaze before walking towards the gang member on his knees. Puh. He slapped the helmet off the gang member's head, revealing the face of a young, handsome teenage boy with dirty blonde hair. Blood was oozing from his nostrils and mouth. However, he didn't have even a slight expression of pain on his face as he stared into the eyes of the bald man with an unbothered expression. This person was obviously Gustav. "We have a fierce one here," the bald man voiced out as he squatted before Gustav and placed his finger on the blood oozing down Gustav's face. He used his finger to brush up a little speck of Gustav's blood and put it in his mouth. This action shocked the students as they saw his action. Only the rest of the gang members weren't surprised. Seems full of energy and vitality," the bald man muttered with a tone of delight. "What was that for?" Gustav voiced out with a look of repression. "Our chief likes to taste the blood of his victims before their death," one of them voiced out with a loud tone. Chapter 299, Arrival on Scene, Side Story 3. At the position where the students and teachers were being rounded up, they were squinting their eyes to see who was being held, but it was proving difficult for them due to the gang members surrounding his frame. Angie and Maltida had caught a glimpse of the person's stature, which looked familiar to them, but they hadn't seen his face yet, so they hadn't confirmed their suspicion due to that. However, with each passing moment, Angie got more and more worried after noticing that Gustav was still nowhere to be found. "Isn't that one of yours?" One of the teachers from Black Rock Schools, who was also on his knees, said to an Echelon Academy teacher while staring in the position of Gustav and the gang. Everyone's eyes widened slightly as they heard that, and stared at that location with looks of worry and confoundment. Back in the position where Gustav was being held down by the gang members, the bald man pressed on the top of the syringe twice, causing the purplish liquid to jet out a little stream. "Let's see if your fearless and lively look will remain after I give you a dose of your own medicine," the bald man voiced out as he moved closer to Gustav. Gustav tried pulling himself from the hold of these gang members, but he wasn't as strong as they were. The bald man moved the needle towards Gustav's neck, with the intention of injecting him with the liquid within the syringe. This was when the teachers started screaming out for the gang to release their students, and even started throwing out threats of what the MBO would do to them if they hurt him. While that was ongoing, someone suddenly dashed out from the encirclement with fast speed. A swoosh. Let him go. A feminine voice was heard as a silver streak cut across the place and arrived at the position of Gustav and the gang members in a matter of moments. SWHEI, bam. It was almost like one of them had predicted this and slammed the butt of his weapon onto the side of the head of the speedster. She was surprised and unable to dodge on time because it arrived at her blind spot. Angie was knocked down without being able to do a thing. Gustav stared at her unconscious body on the ground and turned back to stare at the bald man. You are already dead. Gustav's eyes at this moment were brimming with murderous intent. Oh, what is this I sense? The bald man asked with a taunting look as he paused his administration of the syringe. Your death, Gustav responded with a fierce look. Oh, is she your girlfriend? The bald man voiced out, causing the entire place to be filled with laughter. Gustav didn't respond and just kept giving them fierce stares. I just got a new idea. How about I try it on her instead? The bald man stood to his feet and moved towards Angie after saying that. Gustav's eyes immediately turned super murderous as he forcefully pulling himself from the grip of those holding him to stand up. They had a tough time holding him in place due to this. Grrrhhh. Gustav groaned as his canines turned into long fangs and his eyes glowed red. Oh, he's triggered, the bald man said with a tone of delight. All the more reason to make her the specimen for receiving what you wanted to administer to me, the bald man said and squatted. This bastard. I might have to risk exposing all my abilities now, Gustav said internally as he slowly started morphing. He had thought the bald man would inject him with the syringe, which wouldn't be a problem since he had toxin immunity. However, he didn't expect Angie to come into the play. This syringe had a poisonous venom which he extracted from the Savrinia serpent mixed breed he fought weeks back. Gustav had cut off the tail and done the necessary experiment. He always kept the syringe in his storage device, so he decided to use it now against the bald man since he knew he wasn't strong enough to take him on. Which was why he wanted to fool him earlier. Angie would melt from the inside out if she was injected with that toxin, which was why Gustav was feeling very worked up at the moment. The bald man brought the needle to her neck and pricked it a little. At the moment, Gustav was about to unleash all of his abilities when SWHEI. A massive metallic upside-down bowl-like structure descended from above. Bam! It landed on the position of the encircled students and teachers, covering them up entirely within. The gang members around them were left standing outside of the massive structure that fell from the sky. It was as if it had been created with precise calculations, because it covered up only the students and the teachers without the gang members surrounding them. The teachers and students found themselves inside this dark place. However, before they could react in an alarming manner, a bright light appeared within, illuminating the entire place. They stared at the figures in combat uniform with a look of relief. On the outside of the structure, the gang and their leader had looks of surprise on their faces as they stared at the giant structure covering up their hostages. Is the MBO stupid to think I will not sacrifice these kids? The bald man shouted out as he stood to his feet with a look of anguish. He walked over to Angie, raised his foot above her face, and gestured for his gang to fire up their weapons. You were already dead the moment you laid hands on my student. A sharp feminine voice resounded in the ears of the gang, the boss included. The bald man forehead creased as he turned to the side and noticed a beautiful-looking lady with ash-colored hair standing only 2 feet away from his right. "How did you get here?" he voiced out with a look of confusion along with the rest of his gang. "You had better not come any closer. Movement from you, and they both die." The bald man was already sweating at this point. He knew this lady was no ordinary person for her to appear beside them without alerting them. At his level of strength, he felt this should be impossible unless the gap in strength was massive. The female, who was obviously Miss Amy, stared at the gang coldly. "You should be begging for your lives now, but you still have the guts to threaten me with my kid," she voiced out with a condescending tone. "Hey bitch, better know your place." One of the gang members, pointing a weapon at Gustav, voiced out, while firing it up even more. Gustav smiled. "Didn't I say you guys were already dead?" he voiced out while staring at Miss Amy. "Disable the limiter for 2 seconds." Miss Amy commanded no one in particular. The rest stared at her with looks of confusion, but in the next moment, a loud blast resounded across the place. Boom! The entire place quaked with such intensity that even people in the city behind felt the buildings they were in vibrate. Splash, splash, FWE-ish, plop, plop. The bald man's eyes widened with a look of fear, confusion, and disbelief as he looked around him. All his gang members were no longer on the ground. Instead, their body parts, along with their blood, was raining from the sky. Arms, legs, heads, eyeballs, thighs, and different body parts rained from the sky along with blood in multiple droplets. The bald man was already dyed in the blood of his gang members as he stared at their scattered bodies all across the place. A huge crater had already been formed due to the blast that happened a moment ago, but for unknown reasons, he was unaffected. He seemed out with a horrified look as he moved back. Gustav and Angie were no longer in the vicinity. Only Miss Amy was standing there, cleaning her blood-soaked hands with a napkin. Wherever the napkin came from was unknown, along with how her clothes and body, except for her hands, were without bloodstains was also a mystery. The remaining part of the gang behind that surrounded the massive structure that fell from the sky were already shivering slightly in fear as they stared at the gory scene up ahead. They could see the heads and eyes of their comrades sprawled all over the floor and their chief, who was currently bathing in blood, falling from the sky. "Do you still want a bargain?" Miss Amy asked with an aloof expression as she threw the napkin to the side and walked towards the bald man. The bald man shrank back in fear as he saw her approaching. "Your biggest mistake was harming him," she voiced out as she grabbed hold of his head. 2 hours later, the scene had been crowded by operatives of different kinds, and the students were being tended to. The gang, or whatever was left of them, were being transported away in an aircraft. The whole situation still seemed unreal to the students. They had never expected that they would be attacked on their way back from this event and nearly abducted. They were glad that the MBO was able to show up. Nobody besides Gustav and other MBO agents in hiding witnessed the decimation, so they had no idea that Miss Amy was mostly responsible for their safety. When investigations were made, they found out that the gang was a part of a terrorist group that needed fresh recruits. Their plan was to abduct these mixed-blood students and brainwash them before training them to become a part of their force in the future. Fortunately, things had worked out well due to Gustav contacting Miss Amy the moment they were surrounded. The gang didn't expect that someone this powerful would be deployed by the MBO, and this was truly normal thinking since someone as powerful as Miss Amy wouldn't be seen in the field. Unfortunately for them, Miss Amy shared an attachment with Gustav, which ended up ruining all their plans. The students were later returned back to their homes, with well-equipped MBO squads escorting them for the purpose of security. End of side story 3. Chapter 300, Back to the Present. Boss! Both of them shouted out at the same time as they approached Gustav with a respectful look. Gustav stared at these two men with a solemn attitude. How has it been going? Gustav asked. Fine, boss, they both voiced out together. The one on the left had an alpaca-shaped face with a stout build. His black hair looked rough and unkempt. However, his overall look was a little fearsome. The other one had a large build and green dots all over his face and other exposed body parts. Braun, Dirk, I suppose you have reports for me, Gustav stated, and they both nodded in response. Good, let's go discuss at the coffee shop, Gustav proposed. They headed towards the coffee shop within the neighborhood to discuss. Within a room-sized shop across the street that leads to the bus station, several tables and chairs arranged in columns could be seen, along with a counter on the far left end. The voices of people chattering away within the room, while sipping on drinks in mugs and cups could be heard. On the third seating area towards the right, a group of 3 could be seen sitting around a table. A young lad and 2 fearsome-looking men. They all had coffee in front of them as they discussed. Boss, we successfully captured 22 of the Kambasa turkey mixed breeds. The man with an alpaca-shaped face, sitting on the front left side of the young lad, voiced out. We have kept them in the storage facility, and just as you ordered, a butcher has been arranged, the other man with green dots all over his face said. The man with the alpaca-shaped face was Braun, while the one with green dots all over his body was Dirk. Gustav had hired these 2 men 3 weeks before the start of the MBO entrance test, and he gave them specific details of what the job would be all about. Although there were more people who had wanted to join them, Gustav decided to start with these 2 first. They were mixed bloods on the serial rank with 0 experience in hunting. However, they used to be guards in small office places and organizations in the city. When they found out Gustav's pay was more, they decided to change ship. They were surprised when they found out that he was just a kid and wanted to bail out at first until they saw the stacks of cash. However, cash wasn't enough. They actually wanted someone who was strong enough so they wouldn't be led to their death. So, Gustav proved himself by fighting both of them together and winning. He saw potential in their combat experience as guards, which was why he hired them. They both have low-grade bloodlines, but since they were serial ranked, he knew they'd be able to handle many of the low-leveled mixed breeds. He was only able to defeat them due to his strength gained from having multiple bloodlines. Other mixed-breed hunters had to go to the outskirts of the city and even farther to hunt down mixed breeds. On the contrary, Gustav only had to bring these 2 into the border with him to hunt down mixed breeds. It was easy access that everyone wasn't privileged to have. Gustav provided them with tools, and they had been hunting down mixed breeds since. When they witnessed the way he killed mixed breeds within the border, they became intrigued about his real identity, but since he never revealed anything to them, they were left to wonder about it. At the moment, they were giving Gustav a report of their hunts during his 2 weeks of absence due to the MBO entrance test. They were overwhelmed when they witnessed Gustav's performance on screens all across the city. They were glad that they were employed by someone who was currently a superstar in the city. They saw him on different billboards all across the city. At the moment, the eyes of everyone present within the shop would occasionally glance in their direction, wondering if their sight was working well due to Gustav being within. Gustav repeatedly nodded as he listened to their reports. Has Chingyuan restaurant made any requests lately? Gustav asked. Yes, they sent a list of requests to our site. I left them pending since you hadn't returned, Braun replied. Are all the items listed available in our storehouse? Gustav asked. Yes, they are, Braun replied. Next time, you don't have to wait for me to sell them. Once the items requested are available, start the delivery process at once, Gustav answered. Both of them nodded as they heard that. Looks like I'll need to get a secretary and some more workers. Having just 2 isn't enough, Gustav said internally. His reason for not employing more was due to not seeing anyone that met up with his requirements. Now that he knew he'd be gone in 2 weeks, he wanted to set everything in order before he left. I'll also need someone to supervise these guys in my absence. Miss Amy is out of the question since she'll also be leaving the city after I'm gone. Gustav felt this was another issue that needed to be solved. About 2 hours later, Gustav had gotten back home and decided to rest early so he would wake up in the middle of the night to complete his daily tasks. He and Miss Amy had already planned their time of meeting during the week, so he knew he still had some time to put some things in order, like his agency. Gustav felt this would be the best time to expand since he was now well known across the city. However, he was still thinking of the best way possible to execute his plans so he would achieve the best results. So, the system will be issuing out the quest tomorrow. I wonder what it will be, Gustav thought before he went to bed. He knew dwelling on it wouldn't be sensible, so he shrugged the thought off his mind and tucked in for the night. The following day, around 3 a.m. in the middle of the night, Gustav awoke to a ringing sound in his head. He opened his eyes with a slightly sleepy expression. Oh, finally, it's here, he muttered as he stared at the notification that appeared in his line of sight. 5-year quest has been issued.